Hello, hello, hello. I forgot to add low latency, but I have to stop the stream for that, so I'll be in another day. Okay, so hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. I don't know why it makes this thing bigger and smaller here. I think it's because of the thumbnail size. Anyways, what's up? Today we'll be working on lighting. So yeah, I have been working on this quite a bit. I finished the Vulkan tutorial. Oops, that's not the right model. Load model. Hello Toza, how's it going? I finished the the Vulkan tutorial, and I was thinking on doing BK guide, but they didn't add as many things, and they're using BK Bootstrap and other libraries that I'm not using, so I felt like it was kind of useless. Maybe I watch it for loading GLTF files instead of OBJs, but apart from that, I don't think there's any purpose. Hello, Leader Nutria. Anyways, this was biking room. So I'll add basic lighting. What happened now? What did I change? Is it this? Vertices length. I feel like it is. Find or add vertex. Size T. Vertex index. And then vertex. Is that it? I thought you were sick, or at worst found a job since you weren't streaming. You know, I wanted to stream, but I felt like there was so much to do in terms of like reading and learning that it was just boring to watch, so I didn't stream it. We should get better over time as I learn more of graphics programming, but there's a lot to learn, so I'm still going through all that boilerplate. It should get more fun when I can actually make a project with all that I know. I mean, I still need to make this engine dynamic. I need to add dynamic rendering, and I was planning on using shader objects for binding shaders, as well as push descriptors. I don't know, what do you think about that? I have looked in Reddit, and from what people say, there's not that much of a performance penalty for doing so, and it looks much more convenient, so I feel like maybe it's the right choice, and it will feel like Didn't use shader objects yet. Okay. Well, they're very interesting. They basically they basically allow you to bind shaders on the when you're recording commands, and it allows you to push descriptors and bind them when you're recording commands. So you don't have to create a pipeline for each thing. Yeah. Doom Eternal was using it, and it has been available as a not an extension since I think 1.4. So it removes like the biggest boilerplate of Vulkan, which is creating pipelines for like each shader, or if you're doing skinning or whatever. And if you want to change descriptors, you can just do it on site. And you might think, well, it might be a bit expensive because you have to set the rasterization like for each draw call. But you can just bind some, I don't know, backface calling and then keep that for the entire instance of command buffer, since like that doesn't change much. So it becomes like OpenGL basically. Like you set all your state at the start, and then if you need to change anything for a specific model, you can change it. I feel like it's very flexible, and it will make the experience much better. Also, I was planning on adding OpenGL support as a second backend, so that would help a lot because it would make it almost like the same API. I wouldn't have to create pipelines before to try to emulate the same thing in OpenGL. So, yeah. I'm taking off my sweater because it got hot now. Okay. So first of all, I need to load a cube. Load model. I feel like instead of doing this, right, I can actually, if one, else, and if. So we just put everything here. And here we just do let me grab the code that I was using. So, oh god, there you go. I guess I can just push this thing manually, and I need to generate the indices. Back push vertices. And this would be vertex. What do I need? Oh, I need the texture chords. Okay. I'm gonna do it like this. So first of all this, then back to whatever. Is this the order? My LSP completely broke. Where do I have it? I have it here. Position, color, and export. Okay. Let's say this is 1 and 1. I don't know what it is exactly. Oh god. Where is this? So probably on the textures part already available. Nope. Transformations. Nope. Coordinate system. Yeah, there it is. So I need the cube. And I'm just gonna tell Clot to translate it because I'm too lazy to do it myself. These are the vertices of a cube. You can map them in my engine like so. What is the first one? 0, 0. Do it for all of them, and well, translate all of them, and then no, I'm using indices to render some, translate them into indices. And then I have to ignore the texture, I guess. Because when the sun shines, we shine together. Duplicate, yes. Why is it JavaScript? Yes, umbrella. You could just do it manually by like that. Is this correct? 0, 0, 1, 0. 1, 0, 1, 1. Yeah. And those are the indices. Okay, good. Oh, I thought it was not going to work. Where did it break? LSP restart. Okay, just LSP stop. It all broke. This is U16 or U32. Now I get like this, and we'll push it manually. I'm just not sure why my LSP broke. Okay, I'll just restart. There we go. Yeah, and it's doing this the wrong order, that's why. Oops. What did you miss? You missed me using Cloud to translate this into indices. This cube. This, and then we need to never mind, I was in the right order. Then what happened? Oh. Too many arguments. F. Dot F. Yeah. I mean, no. I can do it like this actually. Still doing it for that line. F for dot F G, and then I can just remove the dots here, I guess. So shit. Oh god. What LSP are you using for any of them? Minus is verbose. It's clank D. What other LSP is there? Yeah, I mean, it's the best LSP that I found. Clank D. And same with Clank D formatter, it's pretty good. I wish it was more customizable in some aspects, but what? I don't like formatters too much. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find like the perfect formatting settings. Vertex back 3, back 3 and back 2. Is it because it's const? Wait, what? What if I do this? Well, that makes no sense. Back 3, 07, F, 0.1, F, 01, F. SP stop, SP restart. Yeah, sometimes it has this weird box and I don't even know why it happens. Like if I try to compile this, okay, wait. I try to compile this and then I back push indices, and then I do that, and then at the end of this I try to add this, and of course at the end of this I add this. I guess I would have to make this all yeah, I can do that because I don't have push many, whatever. Oh, I had this LSP but turned off. Yeah. It's pretty resource intensive, I've found. I am in Linux, so I don't have to worry too much about resources. Oh, I mean, I don't have to either, right? I have a pretty good computer. I just say it because most people that are on Linux have shitty computers. I switched from Windows 11, so I don't have that too. Okay. At the time, when I had my first job, I upgraded to 32 RAM and like the best CPU from AMD because I couldn't run JetBrains at like decent FPS. So then I just kept upgrading and now I have this computer. Or to be correct, I'm dual booting but rarely boot Windows. Okay, understandable. Square vertices. Can I just do that? Oh, there we go. What? My hands are so cold. It takes me like 1 hour to get adjusted. I need to charge my headphones. Square vertices, current vertex, and then vertex. Okay, that should be it. P create info size is 0. The Vulkan spec states size must be greater than 0. What is that for? BK create buffer. So I'm pushing correctly, right? These are indices, these are vertices, and that's when I load model. Here we just loaded model with whatever and pushed OK. So I'm unsure why is that happening. Is that the like nothing changed. Yeah, I guess length is 0. Log info, indices, size of indices. This is also a thing I hate about this autocomplete that I have. I should probably change it. If I have this and then I want to autocomplete, it uses the word that I have in next. Oh, same there. Look, I wanted to put parentheses at the end to put another one, but it didn't work. Whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's the downside of using square vertices. Square vertices? Oh. That's it. I don't know, how can I make this type safe? Because you can push whatever you want into this. So I'm not sure. There you go. And I guess instead of using biking, I would use textures. I'm not sure actually. Textures container.png. Okay. Container dot, yeah, oh, misspelled. There we go. I don't know, some precompile tool. I don't know if in C another option. I just checked. I set autocomplete to only work with control space. Oh, yeah, that would be probably good. I use Control P and Control N for autocompletion, but it would be the same thing, right? I just image, and anyways, I have to do this if I want to change. So yeah, that would be useful. Because a lot of times you press enter, but you didn't press anything, so it autocompletes anyways. Well, I would like to use no color actually. Just white. What does this print actually? Anyways, rotate, and we can rotate by 10 over time. I need to add a light object too. Fragment, and then for now we can just not multiply this. And we're already getting texture 4 from this, so there's no need for that. It even looks more white now. Right, because I was doing it by 0.5, I guess. So an interesting thing that happens here is that they're using this texture. Where is it? Light casters, multiple lights. It should be around here when they add, yeah, this. So you see that it looks pretty dark, but then when you look at it here, it looks a lot lighter. And I think this is because of sRGBA. I mean, let me look at the original texture, but I don't think it should look like that, right? Materials. There we go. So it should look like this. And in our case, it's looking... well, it could actually be the same light. Though it looks a bit lighter. You know, I wouldn't know. and manually gamma if needed in post-process shaders. You can do that, or you can load it as RGBA instead, right? Instead of sRGB. If the author of the texture was working with sRGB, then you need to load it as if it wasn't, and then you do gamma correction if you want. I mean, the ideal thing is to load everything as RGBA and do gamma correction when it's needed. That's what they say on PBR shaders. Yeah, that. But I'm not sure. First I'll add some colors and then I'll check it. Okay, so we don't need this, we don't need this. I need my fragment shader in here, and I don't think I need the vertex shader for anything. So for now, I'll just set the output color and that's it. Wait, what am I saying? I set the infrag color, or, well, result is equal to, can I do this? Yeah, infrag color. We would do more things on here, and then I just set back for result. Okay, and as in this would be orange. An orange or coral, whatever. That doesn't look like coral. But toy color. That's so weird. If I set it here, it looks so much brighter. But then if I set it here, does it? So say instead of this, it is like 3 and this. Yeah. No, it also does. Okay, but that doesn't look anything like what they do in the tutorial. Anyways, I'll just follow it and see what happens. Oh yeah. I thought Twitch had already fixed it. I saw a post the other day that they were banning the bots, but seems like they didn't. We briefly used and manipulated colors in the previous chapters, but we never defined them properly. Here we'll discuss what colors are and start building a scene for the upcoming lighting chapter. The last week I streamed and I had at least 2 per day, yeah. I mean, I remember streaming before on Twitch and that wouldn't happen. But like once every few streams. So I don't know what they're doing wrong, or I don't know No, they have more bots. I mean, the thing is, creating bots in Twitch is very easy because they give you the API, right? The only hard thing is adding the phone number, because now you need a phone number. So I don't know how they do it. Like they probably use some service for phone numbers or something. Take any known color value with each object having its own color. In the digital world, we need to map the infinite real colors to limited digital values, and therefore not all real world colors can be represented digitally. Like brown-ish. Colors are digitally represented using red, green, and blue component, commonly abbreviated as RGB, using different combination of just those three values between a range of 0 to 1. We can represent almost any color there is. For example, get a coral color. We define actually color. Color viewer. Right, this won't work. So this would be 255. Then 0.5. You just do 255, no? Yeah. 127. And then last one was 0.31. So that multiplied by 255, 79. Yeah, this looks like Carl, and it looks like nothing of what we're getting here. That's so weird. It looks so much brighter. If it's RGB 16, 16, 16, 0 to 16, I think, yep, gamma thing. Try changing to unum. So my vertices, okay, and then on descriptor pool, wait, never mind, vertex. Where is it? By BK index type UN32. Oh, is that what is happening? So what happens if I do, wait, oh, I think it goes from -1 to 1, no? Like if I do -1, -1, -1, this makes no sense. So that's dark, 0.5. No. Okay, I got scared. And if I just do 0, it should still be black, right? So okay. offset 30. Oh, because we're not doing it like that. Oh, offset birth. How is it set? Offset. I don't even have it here. Where do I have it? Here. Ah, it was offset off. RGB as float. Is there RGB float normally? Nope. Try that subchain creation. Okay. Just checking what values we have. I mean, we're passing the right value, right? It's RGB and this is RG. Binding at 0, 1, 2. And we're just not using the texture. And at swap chain, color space, I guess. Yeah. How do you acquire it? No format. Yeah. I mean, available format and then color space. sRGB to unum. Unorm. So this one. Oh, there we go. Yeah. That was it. That's so weird that it also does that for the colors that I pass in. And not only the textures. So unorm. Oh, is there unorm? There's nothing there for color space. But does this matter? Because that's the format and the color space. Let me see. Yeah, it's the same. Okay. That's why I never use sRGB but manually gamma correct everything. Yeah, I think it's the way. It's just not flexible enough, right? And you have to set it for each of the textures or each of the colors. Yeah, anyways. This is why I had to set the value like this to get like grayish. Because it was gamma correcting so much. Defaults to 2.0, yeah. Well, that's what they said on the PBR chapter, as far as I remember. Oh, I mean, my bad on gamma correction. 2.2. And this is what happens when you already have one with us as RGB. It looks bright like this. Wait, what happens if I 2.2? I mean, you have to do by power, because if not, it okay. What happened? Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult than that. It was this. Diffuse color, and then frac color. Okay, yeah, that looks more like it, but it's still not that. Oh. Well, whatever. I'll get to that later. Maybe, but it will be too much hardware dependent since each can have different from GPU, driver, or system gamma, yeah. It all depends on the driver. The color object we see in real life is not the color it actually has, but the color reflected from the object. The colors are aren't absorbed, rejected by the object, is the color we perceive of it. As an example, the light of the sun is perceived as a white light that is combined sum of many different colors, as you can see in the image. If we would shine this white light on a blue toy, it would absorb all of the white colors, subcolors, except the blue color. Since the toy does not absorb the blue color, it is reflected. This reflected light enters our eye, making it look like the color has a blue color. The following image shows this for a colored toy where it reflects several colors with varying intensity. Exactly. So it reflects, it takes all the colors except this and this. So path tracing. Yeah, we're not doing path tracing. Maybe I'm thinking of adding SSGI, and then you have to do not ray merging, but what was it? Raycasting. That will be interesting. You can see that the white sunlight is a collection of all visible colors, and the object absorbs a large portion of those colors. It only reflects those colors that represent the object's color, and the combination of those is what we perceive. In this case, a coral color. Technically, it's a bit more complicated, but we'll get to that in PVR chapters. But it can be bad for edges for the screen if SS size is the same as screen sum. These rules of color reflection apply directly in graphics land. We define a light source in OpenGL. We want to give this light source a color. In the previous paragraph we had a white color, so we'll give the light source a white color as well. We would then multiply the light source color with an object's color value. The resulting color would be the reflected color of the object, and thus its perceived color. Let's revisit our toy, this time with a coral value, and see how we would calculate its perceived color in graphics land. We get the resulting color vector by doing a component-wise multiplication between the light and object color vectors. So light color is this is the toy color, and you multiply both. We can see that the toy's color absorbs a large portion of the white light, but reflects several red, green, and blue values based on its own color value. This is a representation of how colors work in real life. We can thus define an object's color as the amount of each color component it reflects from a light source. Now, what would happen if we would use a green light? Okay, so we have that. I can't do that. Back 3. There you go. It just looks a bit lighter. No, it looks the same. And if we do a green color, out of that it will just reflect the green, if it does have. This is why, for example, I use 5% wider and higher buffers for SS effects. Once I finish my C rewrite, will try using radiance cascades. You have a repo for your previous engine? Just to see. As we can see, the toy has no red and blue light to absorb and or reflect. The toy also absorbs half of the light's green value, but also reflects half of the light's green value. The toy's color we perceive would then be a dark greenish color. You can see that if we use a green light, only the green color components can be reflected and thus perceived. No red and blue colors are perceived. As a result, the coral object suddenly becomes a dark greenish object. Let's try one more example with a dark olive green light. It should reflect some of the... yeah. I think I deleted it since it was old. Alright. That happens. Like 3 years? Oh, right. We can get interesting colors from objects using different light colors. It's not hard to get creative with colors. But enough with colors, let's start building a scene where we can experiment it, a lighting scene. In the coming chapters, we'll be creating interesting visuals by simulating real-world lighting, making extensive use of colors. Since we'll be using light sources, we want to display them as visual objects in the scene and at least one object to simulate the lighting from. The first thing we need is an object to cast the light on, and we'll use the infamous container cube from the previous chapters. Actually, before that, I wanted to try... curl. Back 3S. Can I back 3 cross? Wait. There you go. Okay. And this. Yes, the previous result, okay. Since now we'll be using light sources, we want to display them as visual objects in the scene and add at least one object to simulate the lighting from. The first thing we need is an object to cast the light on, and we'll use the infamous container cube from the previous chapters. Also be needing a light object to show where the light source is located in 3D scene. For simplicity's sake, we'll represent the light source with a cube as well. We already have the vertex data, right? Okay, so how can I do it? I would have to create another shader, another pipeline. Yeah, I'll just not do it for now until I have shader objects, honestly. So filling a vertex buffer object, setting vertex attribute pointers and all that jazz should be familiar for you by now, so we won't walk you through those steps. If you still have no idea what's going on with those, I suggest you review the previous chapter and work through the exercise if possible before continuing. So the first thing we'll need is a vertex shader to draw the container. Yep. Make sure to update the vertex data and attribute pointers to match the vertex shader. Because we are also going to render a light source cube, we want to regenerate a new BAO specifically for the light source. You could render the light source with the same BAO and then do a few light position transformation on the model matrix, but in the coming chapters we'll be changing the vertex data and attribute pointers of the container object quite often, and we don't want these changes to propagate to the light source object. We only care about light cube's vertex position, so we'll create a new BAO. Well, we don't care about any of this. Deferred rendering or deferred shading, it's pain, especially with render passes. Yeah, I mean, that's why I just want to postpone it as much as I can, and then I do the major refactor. Well, actually, I could add shader objects now, and I shouldn't have any problem, right? I could maybe do it. With dynamic rendering, it's much easier. Yeah. I think this stream I'll just do shader objects and dynamic rendering. I don't know how much it's gonna take to rewrite that, but let's see. So shader objects, Vulkan. Is there some implementation? Shaders. Example. Sasha Williams should have an example. Shader objects. Oh yeah. So I think it's an extension until 1.4. Anyways, I'm using 1.3, so where is it? Shader of what was the name? Shader object, okay. Shader objects require render passes to be dynamic. Oh no. It does? Damn. Okay, well, I have to. Dynamic rendering. So this is basic triangle with dynamic rendering, and this is dynamic rendering directly. Which one is less lines of code? I will just do whichever is simpler. So this is 900 and this is 300. Okay, yeah, I'll just do this one. Yeah, here's the tutorial go for Vulkan, yeah. You get to read the entire... Okay, first of all, I should probably save everything that I have. Just push it. Okay. So you can remove frame buffers. We no longer need a frame buffer. Okay. Frame buffer. So we don't need to create frame buffers. Set up render paths with KHR dynamic rendering. We don't longer need a render path, so we'll skip the sample based render path setup. Render pass. Wait, where is it? Oh, I don't have render. Let's see. Okay, so render pass, we don't need it. Create or frame buffers, we don't need this either, and I guess that's it. Then on enabled instance extensions, they push dynamic rendering extension name. And I can do this here, no? Device extensions, yeah. So this is a swap chain, and this is a dynamic rendering extension. Do I need to do this? Why can't I just do this? Oh, I remember, it was breaking. Okay, there we go. And of course put this. I'm not gonna check if it is available because I'm sure my GPU does work with it. In addition to the extension, the feature needs to be explicitly enabled too by chaining the extension texture, the extension structure into a device creation. So device is it here? It's nice, you wanted more explained, I think. Wait, what? Did you send a link and I didn't send, or? Enabled dynamic rendering. I removed the pseudo link. Can I? Well, there's no way to activate links. What is the name? Dynamic rendering Vulkan tutorial. Tell me which one is it. Second? This one? Or second from here? This? That with trash bin? Okay. BK render press BK frame buffer. To write a Vulkan renderer before the advent of dynamic rendering, we always need to write a lot of boilerplate, blah blah blah. So we add the dynamic rendering thing to extensions, device extensions. And then additionally, dynamic rendering is hidden behind the feature flag, and we need to create a BK physical dynamic rendering features KHR structure. Wait. Let's do that. But this is on device creation, no? Device create info. Okay. Dynamic rendering feature. Can I add it here? Devices, features, dynamic. No. Logical device, yep. Enable features, enable extension count. So create info dot enable extend, no. P next dynamic rendering feature. Okay. They do that, and then enable the extension count here, and enable extension names dot data. I can remove that comment. Also, I feel like, no, never mind, this order is fine. Okay, then use dynamic rendering command buffer. In your Vulkan renderer, you're likely to have code that looks like the following in your command buffer recording. Record command buffer. Is it this? Render pass begin info, yeah. So I guess I can just yank. Render pass begin info, BK subpass, and all that. With dynamic rendering, we need to replace the BK render pass begin info structure to a BK begin render pass. Okay, instead of BK render pass begin info, we add BK rendering info KHR. S type, P next, flags, render area, layer count, view mask color, attachment count. Okay, so it's pretty much the same thing as the other one. You can see that some fields like render area were previously provided. Yeah. Still, the majority of this information of the information of the structure would be provided as part of render path creation. In particular, we have this new structure instead of, yeah. Image layout resolve mode. So you still have to add a bunch of boilerplate, but not as much. So I'll add it after this. Swap chain image index render index. Where is it? Wait, what was I using before? Image index, okay. Render what? Clear value. Suggest braces around initialization of sub-object. What? Oh. Wait, do I have this? DT. Render clear value. This fucking why is it recommended me whatever? So I guess this is current frame. Okay, first I'm gonna leave this as that, and then I'll start filling in. Oh, it's because I'm not using data, right? My bad. And clear value is this, right? There should be a, no. Subchain image views. And clear values should be clear values. I can only have one. Right. Image index without render color. What's wrong with LSP? Yeah, I don't know what is wrong with it. I'm hating it. Render info, is that it? And then color attachment info. I guess it's because I have color attachment and then I would have to create the other one for depth. One color since you render for one image. Yeah, I see. Now render area. What is render area? Render area. Okay, and render area. We set it as this. What is the object? This. Why is it repeated twice? Okay, which one is it? After doing that, what? Render info. Oh, but what are we using? Begin rendering KHR. Oh. Command begin rendering KHR. And we can remove this. Right, so my main concern right now is what happens with the clear value of the depth buffer. You need the same for depth, if I remember. Subchain extent is render area. Yeah. So for that, now we are at the point where we can scrape out all of the code initializing render pass and frame buffer objects. And when creating pipeline objects, we no longer need to specify render pass, but instead we need to create a pipeline rendering create info KHR object to specify attachment formats. So BK graphics pipeline create info. Where do we need this? pdef attachment. Oh, really? And then I guess I create something like such. Right, and it's the same on what is S type. I guess depth. Well, something along the lines. I just do the same thing now. depth attachment info. Structure type rendering attachment info khr. I wonder if it's the same. Same. Well, I'll keep it like this. If it works, it works. Or I can just add it for now. I'll comment it out and let's get no depth buffer at first. Anyways, pipeline creation has pipeline rendering create info. Why do we need this? Pipeline create info. Render pass. Oh, right. I was getting confused. We don't need render pass because we are passing it already. Well, we're using dynamic rendering. I was already in the mentality that we were using shader objects. Whatever. So render pass. It's equal to no. Dynamic rendering. I think dude is cooking. And then p next is pipeline rendering create info. We don't have p next now. Okay. Swap chain image format. Can you give me... Okay. This time it auto-completed correctly. The thing is, if you type whatever, for example, I don't know, stencil test enable, it does auto-complete it. But the thing is, this is a field and this is a text too, right? That's why. If everything were that simple, I'd be very pleased with this extension. However, it turns out that render pass object was doing something useful. With our current code, the validation layers produces this warning every frame. Okay, first of all, let's try to run this and see what happens. I feel like something has to break, so what broke? Error. Undefined BK rendering KHR. But I enabled the extension, no? Not only Neowin, but Neowin on Windows, yeah. Window Manager on Windows. Look. in the render pass we were attaching depth attachment ref attachment reference. Yeah, we need this 3. This last one for MSAA, no? I think. Well, anyways, I'm not sure why the create device, why the extension is not working. Did I save this? Undefined reference to BK begin rendering KHR, BK end rendering KHR. No references in dynamic rendering, I think, or maybe. So I'm adding this, then device extensions. Oh, I can't see, right? That's so weird. Okay, so I'm gonna search for it. Maybe I need to link something. You have to load the function since they are optional extensions. Okay, that makes more sense. So I guess this. Create debug utils. Create. What was the name of this? Maybe on C you need. Yeah, I mean, they're using it on C++ here too. This is begin rendering KHR. I will call it dynamic rendering. Oh, never mind, I can't return to. Okay, well, begin rendering. Command begin rendering KHR. Then we do all of this. I should KHR remove and BK. There we go. And of course this should be this. What? And then the func takes in what does it take in? Command buffer and rendering info. I guess that's it. What? P allocator. Debug messenger, we don't need that, right? Allocator, I don't think it uses one. What does it take in? It takes an instance and okay, I'm just gonna search for this. I just want some example, please show it to me. No KHR. Oh, that's interesting. They have an import table. And what is that macro? It just takes in user data anyways. What is user data? Okay. Is that it? So like if I just pass in user data, user p user data? I'm confused. So we get this function, and now function takes in as parameters instance, and no, that's not it. Comment buffer const bk rendering info p rendering info. Let's see. Right, and I need instance for this, so and then I pass in command buffer and p rendering info. Is it instance though, not bk get device address? Oh. Yeah, bk get instance proc address. Or as stated, and you can omit KHR suffix and use T functions normally in Vulkan 13. Begin rendering. Okay, that's it. That was the problem. Oh god. What happened? It crashed my Neovan. Did it crash my stream? Okay. I got scared for a second. So, first of all, let me see what error it was. I forgot. Draw index, color attachment. Unit transition. Color attachment. So it's this. bk sample count bit 1 must match the corresponding sample count of 8 bits. The Vulkan spec states, okay, whatever. So attachment info, and this is sample count. So sample count. It doesn't have it. View, layout, load operator, store operator, clear value. And that's for color attachment. Try without multi-sampling for now. Okay. Sampling. Where is it? Find. It's one of these. find memory. Oh god, where is it? MSAA samples get max. Okay, here. I'll just do that. Okay, there we go. Good. Next thing. Subchain images past 2% must be layout bk image layout %src or bk layout shared %khr but image. This is bk image layout undefined. We are not translating them. So we continue with this. And rendering transitions in dynamic in that article. I know. I just wanted to make sure that it was the error that we were getting. So image memory barrier. So the same thing we had when record command buffer. I should probably make this functions or something. What is it? Subchain images. Oh. Why is it indexed like indented like this? Yeah, it auto indexes like that. Well, whatever. And then after that, you need to set the command line barrier. Okay. SRC stage mask bottom of pipe. What? With our current code, the validation layer produces this warning every frame. It says that our subchain is in, but the percent image it should be either on or this. We can manually transition the layout of subchain image to bk layout % before presenting, but what is that? There's any extension so you don't need to do those transitions, but didn't test it yet after ending rendering. I'll have to look for that extension. Well, I don't know what the bottom of pipe is. Destination stage mask. What? Destination stage mask. DST stage mask. Can I get out? Oh god. Dest. Just write it for now. Bottom of pipeline, so after pipeline ended. What do you mean? BK access flag, and this takes in DST stage mask. which is a flag 2, and it says top of pipe bit, and here it says bottom of pipe bit. Is that it? Okay. I'm not sure what that macro they have is. Image memory barrier, which would be image memory barrier. Okay, we have another problem. First of all, take out that const. So pipeline create barrier. I mean, yeah. But now image layout percent srckhr. Are we new layout? Yeah. Is not a layout fit for rendering in the next frame. So before rendering, we need to transition the image into color attachment optimal. Again? Yeah. Oh god. I guess I can use my functions for translation. Image memory barrier. Oh, it's the same one. Is it? Begin dynamic rendering here. Image memory barrier, and what do they do? Well, layout undefined attachment optimal. Okay, not that. Top of pipe bit. Oh. Oh, never mind, that's the destination. I'm tasting it right after every change. Memory barrier count 1, and then we're given the image barrier. Something similar will be with def image, I think. Yeah, I mean, we're doing these transitions before. So I don't even think we have to edit here. But I will look for someone that uses it. Most all Vulkan vendors have helper functions for this image layout transition functions to reduce verbosity. Yeah, it is still quite a hassle to specify all the parameters, and we also need to do similar layer transition dense for the depth buffer and stencil buffer. Pipeline stage mask and layout changes accordingly. Well, what is the error that we're getting now? Is it the same? Cannot be called inside a dynamic rendering instance. This can be fixed by enabling BKKHR rendering load call read or shader tile image features. So where should I do it? I do bk begin command buffer. Oh, it needs to be right before that. Right. I was doing it inside of every one of these. So it needs to be after command buffer. And the previous calls, where do they have to be? Okay, on here too. He was doing right after bk command and rendering HR. And now he does that before begin. Oh. Right. So bk command and rendering, we transform it into optimal, because now it's %. And before that, we make it attachment optimal. Percent SRCKHR. Color attachment we can write. Begin rendering. And right after this. What was it? Top of pipe. Bottom of pipe. No, and then image memory barrier. God. I mean, can we just shadow it, or it's the same thing anyways, right? We don't shadow it, but we just replace it with what is the value? BK image barrier. Okay. What language is the? Yeah, see. Okay, there we go, that's it. Also, am I saying it wrong, or it's... Alright, you can't notice the depth because it's the same color. Why not C++ is not more popular for game programming? Yes, but C++ is bloated. Okay, well, anyways, we can do the same thing that we were doing before with this generate mipmaps. Well, I have not abstracted this. I've only done it with transition. But this is a single comment thing. Also, I would need to add one of these, I think. Because C++ is king. Definitely. C++ is king. Where are we using this, by the way? On the create texture image and that's it. Right, so the thing is, wait, oh, I can pass in the comment buffer that I'm using? No. It does the single time comments, right? So what I can do, I think, is first of all this. Well, I don't know if I will ever use it, but first of all, bk comment buffer. Command buffer. And if command buffer is equal to null, then we set it, right? Just make a second copy of this one. Yeah, I'm trying to make it too generic, but it's like, it will just feel weird. Transition, image layout, manual, or I don't know how to name this. Rendering, yeah, why not? So more than 1,500 lines in a single file, are you normal, sir? Well, you will see the same thing in C++, don't worry. So old layout here is image layout color attachment optimal. We don't have that. And new layout is %src which we don't have either. So else if Okay, and what do we do? Barrier is SRC access transfer write bit. Right, source stage, destination stage. So access mask is this. So we can write onto it. Destination is not set. Source stage is BK pipeline stage color attachment output bit. And destination is bottom of pipe. This maybe we get some auto completion. No. Bottom. By the way, what did I just do? Let's out of here. Okay, there we go. Can you do default params in C? No. Since other params will be later for rendering, I'll have to abstract it in a different way. But now there's no way to do default params. Well, anyways, so that's it for that. And then the previous one does... What is it? Source stage. Right, so this is the first one and the second one. Alt layout undefined and attachment optimal. Okay. So alt layout. First of all, let's do the same thing. SRC stage mask is this, and destination stage. Wait, I'm not setting the destination stage here. Oh my god. Oh, I am. I don't know. What is happening? What is happening to me? So the previous one just has access mask, this one has destination access mask. Just to make sure I did the right thing. So this is the right bit. Color attachment, old layout is optimal, and the new one is present. And then this has SRC stage mask, attachment output bit, and destination is bottom of pipe. Okay, good. Now this one is destination access mask, right bit, and then the source stage is top of pipe bit. and the destination is color attachment output bit. Okay, good. And record command buffer. We pass in command buffer, BK image. Right, we don't need a BK image. Do we? The barrier here, oh yeah, it does need one. Then what else? Old layout would be this to this, and then this to this. And new layout, MIP levels would be render.mip levels, I guess. And this should do everything. Why not DirectX? Vulkan is cross-platform. It's verbose, and I like it a bit more than DirectX naming convention, but they are kind of the same thing. What terminal emulator is this? It's not a well, it is a terminal emulator. It's called Neovite, but it's mainly for running NeoVim. You can't use it as a terminal emulator unless you have like an extension for NeoVim. Undefined attachment optimal. Okay, well, that is done. And we have to repeat this at the bottom. But this does BK command pipeline barrier. And what does the other thing do? BK bind pipeline. Okay. Which we're not doing here. And we just bind it once. Bind pipeline barrier. But is NeoVim running as its own application, or does it run in a terminal emulator? I don't know. I'm guessing it is a terminal emulator, and maybe you can use it as a terminal emulator for everything, but it was made for NeoVim. So I'm not sure. I mean, the thing is, it acts like a graphical interface, even though it's not. And so it's a bit weird. It's not like Kitty that like does the same animations on Linux. You would have to look into the documentation, but maybe it does. So old layout is this. New layout is this. And that's it. Okay, I did something wrong. BK command pipeline bind barrier. So I'm doing that and giving it the swap chain image. Sub resource aspect mask. Is that the problem? Sub resource MIP map level 0. Level count depends on MIP map levels. Level count is base array layer and whatever. So this is good. Then as image is using image, so that is good. And then src access mask. Is access color attachment right bit. Yes. Source stage is this, and then this is bottom. So I'm unsure why it's not working directly. Is it because of the MIP map? What does it set as MIP map? Level 0. So what if I do that? No. MIP map level is 0 and level count is 9, which is greater than image MIP map levels. What? Level count. Okay, how about we don't do that at all? And it's just 0 by default. Are you doing Lighting in Vulkan? Yes. I want to learn C, but do not know to create what project. Backend is overkill. Game I do not know. Embedded needs budget. I think I'm not supposed to learn C. You can do whatever. Like HTTP servers in C are not that hard. You can create your own base. Like string abstractions and data structure implementations. That's also good. Terminal calculator, yeah, that's good. Any kind of CLI app is a good project. You're starting with learning how the language works. It helps to know how computers work as well. If you're starting from nothing, try bro code or free bootcamp. Yeah. You can do everything that you can do with JavaScript or whatever other language you can do it in C. Selvin basically works with web development for the last year. Does he? What library you guys use for non-blocking I/O in C? Libraries? We didn't use libraries. I'm joking. I don't know what you can use for non-blocking I/O. I think the Node.js one is written in C++. You can make your own. Subchain images, image index, spec mask, bk aspect color bit, images that, old layout is old layout, new layout is new layout, as type is type memory, type image memory barrier, source access mask. This is confusing me. I'll add it at the bottom. Memory barrier, write bit, source is bk stage color attachment output bit. And it is bottom of pipe. And then it does null pointer 1 image memory barrier. Source stage and destination stage. So that's good. And then for the previous one, we're doing I don't know, like, is it in a wrong order? Output bit. Color optimal and present. And then for the other one is old layout is layout undefined. New layout is attachment optimal. Destination is BK access color attachment right bit. And source stage top pipe bit. Destination stage BK pipeline stage color attachment output bit. Yeah, I mean, we're doing it the same way pretty much. I'm sure. Sub resources range level count is 0. And what are we using here? Layer count, level count, level count. Ooh. Now mipmap levels is used on base mipmap level. Where do I call this? This is on create texture image. Level count is equal to mip levels. Well, whatever. I need to set the pipeline bit level anyways. So by the way, I'm not doing this. Yeah. This is correct. Let's work on adding the depth buffer. So frag okay, there it is. By the way, why is it uni? Oh, okay. So, does anyone ask how do you set up the depth? Almost all Vulkan renderers have helper functions for this image transition functions to reduce verbosity, but it is still quite a hassle to specify all the parameters. It was. And we also need to do a similar layout transition dance for the depth buffer and stencil buffer, with access masks, pipeline stage masks, and layout changes accordingly. So depth, create depth resources, could be this. This is the depth image. We just use it for creation. And once we generate the depth image view, when we create the frame buffers, we add different attachments. So what else? That's it. And we have the depth image memory, which we use just to create the image. Maybe I need some attachment for the recording of the command buffer. So we have rendering attachment, color value, color attachment info, and then this. Now image view should be render dot depth image view. Image layout. What is the image layout of this? Takes in sample count flag, format, tiling, usage flags property, the image, and device memory. Well, let's see. So I'm guessing it's gonna be something similar. Draw indexed pdepth attachment image view format must match the corresponding format in BK pipeline rendering create info depth format. BK format undefined. The Vulkan specs states if render pass instance was begun with BK begin rendering, the dynamic rendering and use attachments feature is not enabled, and BK rendering info depth attachments image view was not no handle. The value of BK used to create the bound graphics pipeline must be equal to BK format used to create BK rendering info P attachment image view. Right. And that pipeline, where is this? So we have the attachments. The depth attachment is this. Actually, let's just copy it. Wait. Yeah, so record command buffer. Let's see. Format, find format, but we're not specifying the format. Right, so we need to translate it. I'm guessing, yeah. So by default it's undefined. Render depth image view image. load op clear, store operations, store op don't care. I'm gonna leave this. So initial layout is bk layout undefined, and final layout is this. Right? Oh look, it's the same one. No? Oh, almost. The thing is, do we have this? Transfer DST optimal. Yeah, but we don't have this, so we're gonna have to edit. Everything that is undefined, I will just put it at the top. So this is undefined, undefined, and this is normal. And then this undefined, that image layout undefined, and what was it? Stencil attachment optional. This destination access mask is not set. Where is the depth dependency? Oh, we don't have. Okay, which one of these is it? Crazy how you do not read a single Vulkan documentation, sir. Yeah, I have already read enough to kind of know. Hello, Vince. What's up? Depth attachment. So that's for color attachment, and then this is for stencil attachment optimal. Well, I'm guessing we're gonna have to. No, we don't have to write to it. I'm not sure. With access mask, pipeline, stage mask, and layout changes accordingly. I'll just search for dynamic rendering. I wanted to show through it, but I'm too lazy. Depth buffer. Okay. depth info, is that it? BK rendering attachment info. BK rendering attachment info. Depth attachment. They do type rendering info. P next is null. Image view is frame buffer, depth attachment, image view what? Or whatever. Image layout is image layout attachment optimal, KHR. Layout depth stencil attachment optimal. Yeah, well, I guess we are gonna have to do this. But this is format now. BK image layout depth stencil attachment optimal. Yeah. And here we define it as color. Wait, what? Image layout color attachment optimal. Image layout attachment optimal KHR. Well, whatever. Yeah. Resolve mode, that's default. Clear and store operator store. Clear value is the depth stencil that we said before. This is too ugly, honestly. I'll just clear values and then the same thing for the other one. Clear value depth color, and then you just do that. Can we just it won't detect it. Well, it's that, and then when translating the barriers, the depth barrier is read bit and write bit. Oh, interesting. Is that the reason? Turns out my problem was nowhere I suspected. I accidentally forgot to set the depth range for BK command set viewport. Well, we have that, no? Viewport. Yeah. Now, why does he set it like that? Kind of weird. Light mode. Sorry. Bro forgot Twitch chat. Yeah, I mean, it's because I get most of my chat from YouTube, so I just ignore Twitch. SRC Q family index. Well, whatever. So P next nothing, no. Destination access mask is this too. Old layout is undefined. New layout is depth stencil attachment optimal, and then the source stage. Aspect mask, I forgot about that. Can I do this? No. Wait, what is the difference? So SRC access mask is 0, right? And then on sub resource, it sets this in the destination access of that. Just 0 by default. Mask is access type. Stage is where it's executed. Oh. SRC stage mask. Destination stage mask. And then it does everything. And then at the end, well, he doesn't show that. And then dynamic rendering on the frame buffer, and it only transitions color attachments to image layout shader read optimal. Okay, so I should get that error only, no? Using aspect depth bit image image aspect stencil bit, but depth only image formats can only have image aspect depth bit. That is on where? On image. Aspect. You're using aspect color bit with depth. I'm so confused. A barrier, I think. Wait. No. Or right bit, aspect depth, stencil, early fragment test bit, stage late fragment test bit. What? Sub resource range aspect can only have PK image aspect bit. Okay, that could be it then. what do we had? Oh, I said the same one twice? Is he doing that? Aspect mask. No. Depth bit. And then stencil. And what am I doing? But I need stencil now. Let's try like that then. But depth only image formats must have aspect depth bit set. Okay. So I said it. And then what? Without stencil? Yeah, I guess. Maybe the other error was another thing. Oh, it is. Okay, good. Image view format, whatever, must match the corresponding format in BK pipeline create info depth attachment format. BK format undefined. Okay. So record command buffer. This is done. Now we need to do the same thing again here at the end, but I don't know to what. So they do optimal and then src khr. Maybe it could be this into, I don't know, rechat, transition to undefined, from undefined to undefined. But I already said it, no? So I'm doing undefined to stencil optimal or whatever it was. Yeah, stencil attachment optimal, and that's correct. And now I need to set it from optimal to undefined. This should be before rendering, you think? Oops, I should not be doing that. If current render pass instance was begun with yeah, the dynamic rendering unused attachment feature is not enabled and BK rendering depth attachment image was not BK null handle. The value of BK used to create the bound graphics pipeline must be equal to BK format. Okay. I'm unsure where it's failing, if it's failing on the end or start. Before transitioning to depth attachment optimal, transition from undefined to undefined. What? You think that's it? Because I'm already doing that. I mean, I'm translating to optimal, and you want me to do undefined to undefined? Before transitioning depth attachment optimal. It can be related to pipeline creation. No, I don't think so. Where is it? Create pipeline. P next is pipeline creation info, which contains this. No, I'll just search how you can do it. Get handle bk begin rendering khr. No, this is not related. Depth attachment count to 1. Color attachment count. Oh. I mean, is there something like that? There's color attachment count, but there's no depth attachment count. Add to pipeline P next. Legacy. Actually, this could be useful, but they're not using dynamic rendering. Graphics pipeline. Just textures and engine. You know what? I'll just look at the last chapter. Oh, but he's using BK. Oh, it should be the same, I think. Draw main. BK bind pipeline. Descriptor sets push constants, whatever. Then color attachment, whatever. And it goes layout general. Depth attachment optimum. So it already assumes that it's undefined. So BK init, depth attachment info. What? Where is it? BK init, is that from... Oh, that might be from the... So the loader doesn't have it, no? Yeah. Sasha Williams might have it though. So in the pipeline, they're not gonna show it actually. Record. Yeah, because they're not recording command buffers yet. Or are they? Prepare frame? Prepare frame. Yeah, they do it from the base. Okay, well. Then dynamic rendering. Right, but it doesn't have the depth buffer. Depth. Depth attachments. Multisampling. cube map textures, cube map array, 3D textures. I'll take it from here. Render, update uniform. Build command buffers, this could be it. BKS. Render pass begin info. What? He's not using dynamic rendering? Yeah, I think he's not. Prepare pipelines, build command buffers. Yeah, I think it doesn't. Damn. What was that error again? It was depth attachment image view format. This must match the corresponding format in BK pipeline create info depth attachment format. If render pass instance was begun with BK command begin rendering, the dynamic feature was not enabled, and BK depth attachment image view was not BK null handle, the value of BK pipeline rendering create info depth attachment format used to create the bound graphics pipeline must be equal to BK format used for BK rendering info p attachment image view. Do you make rendering info before transition? No. I translate and then I set this. Why does it let me do that? Oh, anyways, I'm confused. P attachments, P dev attachment, image view, create info depth attachment format, depth attachment for, but we can't set the format here, right? Image view, layout. Yeah. Wait, bind pipeline above transition. Yeah. Is that not how they were doing it on the... I lost the link. Dynamic rendering. Vulkan. This. Pipeline barrier, pipeline barrier. Should be after. It should be inside pk command begin rendering. I can try. The thing is, it was working before, right? No, I'm not binding it twice. The thing is, where is that? I remember it was on the tutorial, so they do that. Then begin command. Do I need this? I do. Begin command begin render pass. They changed that to begin rendering KHR. Give it the render info, whatever. Then they do render pass null. Then they add this at the end and they add this at the start. But they never bind it. Yeah, I searched for it, it's not there. But the thing is, I added it because for this, no, it's not binding it either. Where did I get that from? And if I remove this, and of course I remove the def attachment, well, it doesn't work without it, right? So I'm not sure where I got it from. Whatever. If you place it, bind pipeline inside BK begin rendering, will there be a different error? No, it was the same. Also, what happens if I bind after transition? Must match the corresponding format in. So I get the error of not translating before using, or oh, wait. No, it's the same error. I mean, the error is that I'm not translating depth image afterwards to the one that it should be. Though I'm not sure if it is bk%khr. Initial layout undefined and then %src_khr. And then this one does undefined to attachment optimal. And then from attachment optimal, it does %src_khr. But then this one goes from undefined to depth stencil attachment optimal. So I guess I have to make it from attachment optimal to undefined again. So transition could be the problem, I'm guessing. It said it was the pipeline though. Right, but it says that it doesn't have the same format as the pipeline, which is undefined by the initial layout. So maybe I have to translate at the end. Like it needs to be initial. I hate that there's no good tutorial for this. Depth attachment image view format, this must match the corresponding format in BK pipeline create info. Depth attachment format, BK format undefined. And when I'm creating view, it doesn't change that. From early fragment test to fragment shader depth barrier, I think that's what I'm doing. So it's on here now, yeah. It goes from undefined to attachment optimal, and it does depth stencil attachment right. That's the destination access mask. It states in plain language that you have set undefined as format for your pipeline. Yes. SRC access mask. Okay, let's do it. Is this now? No. Destination access mask to be right, but that's how they're setting on. Oh, wait, what? No, that's not it. Yeah, they set SRC to 0. Maybe they set it wrong. I'm writing from one old file I found on my computer, so it probably worked. But so what is this? BK. SRC is write, DST is read. That's what I'm guessing. Write, DST, read. So it says P memory barrier SRC access mask. BK access is not supported by stage mask. It's the same thing. Lower encode. What do you mean? Don't worry about it. I can just search for an example that does it correctly. Source stage is wrong. What should it be? Early bit? Whoa, what is this? This is for generate map maps. Do I... I'm just changing the map maps then. Pipeline. Don't worry. I have to fix it myself. I need to understand it. So this is the depth stencil. This is pipeline? Yeah. Both only one flag for each. At transition, source stage. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. First, I wanna read my pipeline. Or I could just use the extension for, what was it? Undefined. Image view. So this is depth attachment. Goes from initial layout of undefined to image layout stencil attachment optimal. And then the rest says nothing. And we're not adding any. Okay. And for this, we're not setting anything. PK pipeline stage shader bit. And this is already ours. So SRC access mask and destination access mask didn't set anything. Or at least didn't show that they said anything. Access flag bit e none. E depth is stencil attachment right. Okay, so SRC should have nothing, and destination should have attachment right. Yes. Then sub-resource aspect mask. And here they say write, read, and read and write. Okay, let's try that then. So destination is read and write, and then the other one is just write. Now sub-resource stage, source stage is elate fragmentist. Is that it? Stencil or elate at fragment test, early fragment test. Early fragment test for destination, and for source elate fragment test. Correct? Yeah. And at finish of fragment shader, they said what you can do top of pipe bit is wrong. Right, but we're not setting it top of pipe bit, yeah. Okay. So native pipeline barrier, SRC stage, destination stage. And for each frame in the main loop, I do 3 image transitions. So transition layout E undefined to E color attachment optimal. And the aspect flag is E color. Is that what we're missing? Image aspect flag bits. E color. Should be from early. You think it's the other way? Right, let me keep reading. So old layout is E undefined, attachment optimal, and then for aspect flags they set E depth and E stencil. And well, I mean that's for depth stencil attachment, which is the one that we were doing. And for the previous one, they were doing E undefined to color attachment. What? This one, color attachment optimal. And then they just set E color. That is for aspect flags. Okay. You don't have stencil since you're using BK format D32. Right. E depth stencil attachment optimum. E depth eat stencil. And what did it say? Optimal. Then they do source access, write, read, E depth attachment, write, and then E late fragment tests at source. Yeah, so it's the other way. Well, that's what they say. And destination is E early. And then the other one is E color attachment optimal and E percent SRC KHR. And E color, which is this one, no? KHR. E color is this, I'm guessing. And then they get a validation error, which says write after write for entry, whatever. Before you can read from the depth stencil or write to it, such as when using BK load OP clear, you must have finished the previous frame writes to the depth stencil. Okay, and before you begin early fragment test for the current frame, you must have completed late fragment test for the previous frame. Still the same thing. Depth attachment image view format is this, must match the corresponding format in BK depth attachment format. Undefined. So I can't do it because it should be from this to that. Is that it? What if I turn it from this to undefined? Or I can just set it to undefined directly on pipeline. You need to transition before pipeline creation? Maybe. Yeah, could be it. If current render pass instance was begun with command begin render. Let's see this. Maybe they say something useful. Show your creation info. Yeah, 1 second. Oh, what? Create info. What is it? The format here, I guess. Create pipeline layout. Or is it on frame? No, it's here, yeah. And where's depth? Depth stencil, is it this? You passed undefined depth view to rendering info in pnext of pipeline create info. Undefined depth view to rendering info in pnext. I'm just passing this. Yeah. I guess I have to depth attachment format. What? Is that it? Depth attachment format. A stencil attachment format. Maybe I need to do that. Wait. Depth attachment format. That's the only thing I have on depth. Oh, yeah. And then find depth format. And what should it give me? Either this, or this. Let's see. Nice. I said that since the beginning, that pipeline was made with the wrong format. Yeah, but I had to figure it out. I was not understanding the error. But thank you, Alexander, or what was it, Mr. Steak? Mr. Steak. Okay. Finally. So we have this, and I guess we have to pass 2 color buffers on render pass info. Attachment count is 1. I think I have to pass 2. So another 3 errors of stream with shader objects. Yeah, I mean, I still need to figure out how to render pass. You throw it to the trash. Yeah, I know. But first I need to add MSAA like I wanted before. So MSAA is multi-sampling, and I add it here. don't you need a result pass after rendering? So let me see. MSIA samples. Where is... I'm trying to find the... Okay, let me see, it should be around here. So I create the color resources, depth resources. BK rendering attachment info. I don't know. Record command buffer. Well, I can search for some clue. I don't know if I need to translate the image too. How much time it took you to get a cube on the screen with Vulkan? I don't have the amount of hours for a cube, but I think it was like 6... No, it was like 9 hours for triangle, around that. One comment. So in render info, what do we have here? Stencil, depth, color, attachments. Color attachment count, and that's it. And that's a well, yeah, I mean, it's mainly because I was like going through each part of like the pipeline or like creation device, whatever, and then understanding the theory behind it. So I just feed my code to Claude and ask for an explanation, and that for every single part. I'm still not sure of some parts of my code, but it made me understand a lot better. By the way, can I do this? Okay, and I can't do this because it's... Or I can? Okay. Fix max usable something you before commented. Oh, you're right. Max usable... Oh, that was it. Max usable sample count. Damn. So it crashes on there. Let me clip it and see. Is it desktop? Yeah. To get full scene to render with compute culling but no textures. Well, I had a lot of problems with, what's the name? Data structures that I had already set up. So that's why. Like, okay, if I picked up C++ and I copied and pasted everything, I could have done it in 2 hours, right? But I don't think that does anything. So depth attachment image view was created sample count 8, but color attachment image view was created with sample count 1 bit. Okay. So that is image view. It's best to try and understand why some things are the way they are. What's the point otherwise? Well, that's what I answered to some guy the other time. It's like you have a balance, right? You can either go in these two ways, and you have to try to balance it. So the first one, the red one, is show off, and the left one is learn, right? So if you lean too much into this one, you will have no progress and you will have nothing to show. And if you lean too much into this one, you'll have a lot to show, but have learned very little, right? So show would basically be not knowing how C++ works, not knowing how anything under the hood works, and just using ChatGPT to fix your errors if you have anything and copying paste code. And then you have the other end where you can, like, I don't know, instead of looking at the linear algebra, the very simple linear algebra explanation, you read an entire book to learn linear algebra, then you decide, hey, I need calculus, and you learn that, and you go through that entire cycle, and then you start actually rendering stuff to the screen. So too much learning bad, too much showing bad. You need to stay in the middle, because showing a bit motivates you, and learning a bit motivates you because you know stuff and you're not stuck. It's kind of that graph. If you want things on the screen, just use relive. Or, yeah, that's why I'm rewriting my Vulkan engine in C. Yeah, I mean, it makes you understand a lot of stuff, right? And this is the same reason why I use C only, because you have to implement a lot of stuff by yourself. I mean, look at my base layer. It's 2,000 lines long. Like this covers pretty much everything that you would have in C++ by default, except like hash maps. But it wouldn't be. It would be trivial to a hash map implementation, because I've done so many data structures and weird stuff with macros, right? So you have to decide in which line you want to be. OpenGL on Windows is a nightmare. I split my base stuff slightly. So I do amalgamation on it, and I just make it an entire header file, so it's easier to copy around projects. We need a simple framework relive, but with a modern render. I mean, you have SDL GPU API, which is like as simple as it gets with Vulkan. If you want like bare bones, or Soko. But then you don't have functions like draw, square, or whatever. If you would be sane, you would use that, right? But then if you implement your own Vulkan render, you learn as much as possible. So, again, you have to choose how much you want to show off and how much you want to learn. And showing off is not bad, by the way. Because you're showing off to yourself, and you want to see progress. Anyways, so color attachment image view was created with bk sample count 1 bit. I added that manually, right? bk sample this. Yes, color attachment resolve. Was this like this before? I'm not sure. But how is that related? Sample count. I guess render.msaa samples. Because this is resolved, this is what we want to present. So does it need to have those? Okay, it crashes. I hate that. Why does it crash my entire console? I actually need min-GWs. Yeah. What is this? Vulkan render. Okay, there we go. Can you open the window? SDL GPU API host that is like relative in terms of usage. Yeah, it's more like OpenGL. Though you can always create your own like SDL GPU abstraction, kind of, based on Vulkan. You don't have to use libraries, right? Image view was created with that, but color attachments view was created with sample count 1 bit. The Vulkan spec states image view members of P attachments, P stencil attachments, and elements of P color attachments are not bk no handle must have been created with the same sample count. If none of the following are enabled, blah blah blah. The sampled render to single sampled feature. And then color attachment 0, sample count to yes, must match the corresponding. So same error, pretty much. Alright, I'll just close it and keep it on another tab. Can I zoom in? Oh yeah. I think there are examples in the SDL3 repo. I think, yeah. It basically takes like 100 lines of code to render a triangle. You still have to create pipelines. So it's a little lower level than OpenGL, but just by a tiny bit. Because I think it takes like 100 lines of code to render a triangle in OpenGL as well. So barrier samples, there's nothing like such. You have access mask, destination, access mask, out layout, new layout, image, and sub resource. And this has aspect math, base map level count, and layer count. Could that be related? MSA samples. Rasterization samples. Render MSAA samples. I'm creating both color resources and depth resources with the appropriate MSAA sample amount. But I'm setting the bit 1 to something somewhere. Where was it? Color bit. I forgot the name of this function. Was it get? Yeah, it was get something. Get. It was a static function, damn it. Get required extensions, no. Is stated that you created it with mismatch sample count? Yes. The thing is, where am I doing that? And what did it refer to? Image view, so the images in the subchain? Color image. Okay. Here. Sample count. So I'm guessing it's this texture image. Could it be that? I don't think so. I mean, I can try samples. Yeah. That's a different error. If samples is not, then image type must be bk image 2D. Yeah, so for textures, I don't need it. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, maybe it is when creating the image. Samples. Yeah. So I'm setting that correctly. And this is color resources. And it takes color image. Yeah. Swap chain view could be. Create swap chain. Recreate. Okay, this. Does it create the image view? This creates the image. Subchain create info. Nope. How were we doing it on the frame buffers? So on the frame buffers, we had these 3 attachments: color image view, depth image view, and finally the swap chain, right? So I think I need to use as attachment color view first. Check color resources again, maybe. Sure. I mean, here I am setting to MSAA samples, right? Get diff. Wait, what is this? src vulkan.c. Let me see something. No. I wish I could just go to the end. There you go. So this is at create image. Here we set the dynamic part. Then here I'm setting it to color attachment resolve samples. Color attachment. We can't set samples here either, right? No. And then color attachment resolve is set to this. Before passing pipeline creation, yeah, it has MSAA samples in pipeline creation. But I'm not sure if it needs it, because before it was this, because this is the resolve one and it doesn't need samples, because it's the one that presents, if I'm not wrong. Warning, look into this. So render pass is null, and then here we change that. Okay, so that's it. How do I quit? So the error is on image view. I think it's that. Because we should be doing the transformations like we were doing before in here in the render pass. So color attachment, then depth attachment, and then color attachment resolve. And color attachment resolve should be 1 bit, and then color attachment should be undefined to attachment optimal. And it should have MSAA samples. I mean, this is changing nothing because, of course, this is render pass. But color attachment, or just attachment on, where's this? Create subchain? Nope. Nope. Yeah. So I think we need 2 here. So we need this one that is the one for presenting, and the other one for subchain. Though I'm gonna search it first. Dynamic rendering and Vulkan plus MSAA. Dynamic rendering plus MSAA causes BK. Yes, I'll check what actually fixed it into. My memory failed a bit. I didn't manage to fix the bug as I noticed the program works correctly on NVIDIA card, so I believe this is a driver issue. Wait, so they can't set it up? This wasn't that long ago, by the way. I don't have AMD card anyway, so It doesn't matter. Renderer. Draw model, maybe. Record graphics command buffer. Okay, so main pass, begin rendering, execute commands, scene command. Maybe there's an easier example. Wait, they were using, what is this? Vulkan documentation. They had an official tutorial, no? Vulkan, isn't it this? Yeah, multi-sampling. And in this tutorial they use dynamic rendering, so I should find a way. Create image, number of samples. Create color resources. Yep. Create render pass. What? I thought they were using dynamic rendering. Dynamic. They are. Record command buffer. Oh yeah, look, they do 3. So from undefined to e-color attachment optional, optimal. Attachment optimal, good. SRC access, no need to wait for previous operations. Let's see how we have it set up. So this is for color attachment optimal. They don't have any SRC. The destination is right. And it goes from top pipe bit to output. Then they do e-undefined to e-color optimal. E-color attachment optimal. And this is for color image. Transition the multi-sampled color image to color attachment optimal. I think this is it. Only a few streams ago you were creating instance. Well, I've been doing some stuff under the hood without streaming. It wasn't that fast. Also, I skipped some days because I was lazy. So this is the same one, right? E-top pipe and e-color color. So it's the same one, but for color image. Okay. And at the end, they do this. Render and attachment. Image view is color image view. Do we have it set? Rendering attachment info. This one. Resolve image view. Oh, that's it. Color image view. So color image view, image layout is color attachment. Optimal, yeah. Color attachment optimal, color attachment optimal. Why am I setting it to image layout attachment optimal? Then result mode is E average. Okay, resolve mode. I'm unsure what values there are for that. E resolve mode flag bits. Where's average? This one. You can close the window. Then clear that depth attachment, and then they set color attachment and depth attachment. Okay, and then at the end we just need to transition color to %src. Okay, I'm scared. It rendered, by the way. We're just getting an error. BK image layout undefined. If image view is not no BK no handle and resolve mode is not what? Shouldn't it be average? Can you close the window? Maybe it should be BK resolve mode none. Wait. I'm gonna do it here because I'm scared that it's gonna crash. Okay, and when you do none, it doesn't render. So it needs to be average. Resolve image layout is undefined. Nope. Set the resolve image layout. Resolve image layout. Oh, that's what I'm not setting. Where is it? So resolve mode, image layout. Okay, so first of all, image view is color image view. Then image layout is e-color attachment optimal. Yes. Then resolve mode is that. Resolve image view is the swap chain image. Resolve image layout is e-color attachment optimal. Okay, I'll set that too. Is this 0? This is 2. E-color attachment optimal, and that's it. I'll try this, or I'll try what the error says. Oh, that's it. Okay, good. Okay. By the way, I didn't. I executed it and didn't even see if it worked. Yeah, I don't see any edges, hard edges. And what changes if I do that? Nothing. Well, they use that, so I'll keep it as that. Good. So we can close all of this. And shader objects should be much easier to set. Mid-map levels, by the way, we didn't set them, so how do they set it here? On level count, they do mid levels. Okay, let's see. Okay, and that works directly. Good. Wait, never mind. What am I doing? Level count is, oh no, never mind, yeah, it is to this. That won't work, I feel like. Yeah. Now you need to enable subsample fragment invocations, ideally, if you haven't. Subsample fragment invocations. I'm not sure. Did I? PK true. Sample shading enable. This is not what you mean, right? Or is it? Sample, you already have it. So it's this. Wait. Anyways, what is going on now? Okay, I'm guessing it's because mid levels. Level count is mid levels. Oh, it's because I'm setting it to 1 here. Oh, what the? I don't think this is gonna change anything. P image barrier 0 sub resource. base MIP level is 0 plus level count 9 is 9, which is greater than image MIP map levels, which is 1. MIP levels. I guess this is on the creation of the image. That's BRS. But yeah, I might have said wrong thing either way. So do I have it enabled or not? If you find the correct name, tell me. So sub resource level count on here. Sample shading. But he said this was not it, no? It was that, oh, okay. And that was for what was it? Vulkan tutorial. Wait, it's multi-sampling. It was for this, no? So this is MSAA, and then sample rating. Is for this. So I guess if like the texture is square, it also helps with that. I just typed sample rate shading, which is what you need to request from the device, and what you set is sample shading enable. Right, that's the feature that you request. But new in theme, it looks cool. It is the what was the name? Grab box material. This one. Now, it isn't this. It is the Neovim one. Oh, never mind. It's this. Okay. Yeah. If you want to edit it, you have to send manual configuration to Neovim. Because I edited the background. It's a bit darker, I think. It's not remaining MIP levels. It's sub-resource. Okay, wait. Sub-resources base MIP level is 0 and level count is 9, which is greater than the image MIP levels 1. So is that on swap chain? Swap chain images. This is sync objects, this is create image views. Yeah, it is here. Render.msa samples, I think that's it. Never mind. You said mip maps on color / depth image. You don't do that normally unless you do depth prepass. Then you do it for depth. I think you're right. I think that is what is going on. I think I need to do it only on which one? It's either on swap chain or in color. Well, I can try each of them. I do have mip maps. It's one of these. CT1 and then no. He creates mip maps for textures already, yep. Well, it is saying that that is incorrect for the first one, right? And then base mip map level is 0. If I render like this, what happens? Where am I failing? Like, does it need to be 0? Mip levels. If I set this to 1, yeah, it works normally. But then I set mip levels from here, and I'm giving it 1, then why is it failing? Oh, on the last one. My bad. And then I need to set it only for the first one? God damn it. Okay, it's not for the first one. Then it is for the one that presents. You don't need to set it, you think? I mean, yeah, for that I don't. Okay, and then here it says P image barrier 0 sub resources. So it's complaining about the first one. Maybe I have to set it for this too. Wait, now that I'm thinking about it, they should be doing this as well on the actual Vulkan tutorial. So I don't know why I'm trying to do it. Generating mip maps here. Let me see. Why would swapchain have mip maps? I mean, at this point I'm just trying whatever. It's definitely just color attachment, so the first one. Wait, never mind. What am I doing? It's like this. Let me say samples. It should be color image only. Sub resources. Mip level 0, level count is 8, which is greater than mip levels 1. You don't have to set MIPs for any of those three. MIPs are not samples. Image creation has MIP count of 1. Okay, wait, let me see. How do they test it? Sampler info. And where do they set that? I mean, okay, maybe I just have to set the MIP map levels on the texture sampler now. And that would be it. Where UV changes drastically. So you get wonky noise for real life textures. Sampler. Texture sampler. This is on the pipeline? Descriptor sets, never mind. Here it is now. And then they set the min load bias to map levels divided by 2. Oh, right. Okay, I was forgetting where it was done. Okay, so we don't need this here then. Yeah, I mean it makes sense because like percent and and subchain or def buffer wouldn't have different MIP maps. Since why would they? It's just for textures. If you, for example, will be using Bloom or something, you need it for textures with MIP maps. If you upload with MIP maps, you need transition whole image. But for why would I use this? For Bloom? I mean, I can keep it if you say so. Okay. I need water. Did you that don't need or rather need to have lower res? Oh, that's what you mean. So since Bloom can be done with a lower resolution, you didn't have to use like the default one. I get it. Okay. Well, we can remove frame buffers. Yes. Yes. We can remove render pass. Yes. Yes. And then here we can remove render pass and frame buffers. And I'm guessing here as well, like they're not set ever. So swap chain frame buffers and render pass. Is this it? I mean, if I comment it out, I'm guessing I'm gonna get some error on here, yeah. When I destroy, since I don't need to destroy this, I can remove it. And that's it. And I probably have to remove it here too. Yeah, render pass. Oops. What? Okay. Where else? I don't have to remove anything else, no? Device instance, physical device, debug messenger, validation layers, device extensions, percent queue, graphics queue, surface, MSIA samples, swap chain extend, chain images, swap chain image views, depth image memory, depth image view, color image memory, color image view, render pass, description, set layout, pipeline layout, graphics pipeline, vertex buffer memory, index buffer memory, map levels, texture image, sampler, descriptor post, descriptor sets, uniform buffer memory, and image available. So these are sync objects. Yeah, it looks like it's good. And if I use the other model, I mean the texture will be completely wrong, right? But yeah, it does load correctly. How about container it was? I don't remember. Yeah, this. By king room. Okay. And then I need to do gamma correction on this, right? So frac. Gamma correction. I'll just skip till the end and see. Fragment. He doesn't have the fragment. Where is it? Oh, FS. If gamma, then they do color is equal that. Okay. So color, out color is back 4, color 0.0. Got. Well, it doesn't matter because I don't have blending, right? Then at the beginning, back 3 color is this. Then we do lighting, which in this case we don't. And here at the end, if gamma, this. And that should be the gamma correction. What happened? Line 10. Oh, right, RGB. Okay, that's it. Cool. Wait, does it look like the original one? It looks too bright, no? Kinda. What if I use 2.0 like you said? I think that's it, no? Yeah. Change the background? Yeah, maybe. Color multiplied by frac color, wait, light color, and then light color should be back 3. Light color. And then clear color, whatever, we just set it to 0, 0, 0. No, with 2.2 it looks too bright. I mean, let me compare. So this is theirs, and mine is rotating. There you go. Yeah, I think it's the same. But that's when I do 2.0, yeah. Well, then I think I was just hallucinating. Because you probably don't need gamma correction with correct percent format. Yeah, we changed the percent format to unorm, but I think I should change the texture format. Can I change just the texture format? Load the PNG here. It is format sRGB. Transition this to sRGB. So I'm unsure why it's not looking like that directly. Change to sRGB. Back to sRGB. Also, it's different angle, yeah, but it looked the same pretty much. What happens if I... Does this work? Directly? It looks the same, by the way, if I just change the texture. And then if I change the... what was it? Swap. Well, I will just search for unorm. What is it? sRGB? Nice autocomplete. Okay, I mean, I have to set the... frag to not use gamma correction. But so I mean it looks fine for that because that doesn't that does not live on the sRGB. That texture does not live in the sRGB color format or whatever. But then if we load the container like we were before, it does look too bright. Or I don't know if it is too bright. Like when they're doing PBR, do they show how it should look like? That's the problem. I'm not sure if it is sRGB by default, the image that they give. There was one frame Then try changing in texture creation to format type, sure. Unorm. Same thing. Oh, I mean, we're doing it here too, right? So. Oops, I don't know what. Unorm. That. No. But why? It's different from BK image format. Oh, okay, so. Where else am I using sRGB? This? What? Is it because I'm multiplying it by the light color? But that makes even less sense, right? Because before it was less bright. You know, I'm not gonna worry about this. I'm just gonna assume it's sRGB. Where was it? On materials? Oh, not this. Light casters. It looks darker. And if I use unorm like we were before, then it looks too dark, right? And this looks too light. It's gamma, it's sRGB texture, it's gamma, it's just applied twice, that's why. It's too bright with unorms, or wait, are they using the same lighting system like you? I mean, they're not doing anything. Wait, this is the actual way it should look like. I feel like the dark sides should be darker. Or it could actually be the same. You know, I'm not even sure. Let me rotate it. Rotate. I can rotate it by, what would it be, 40? 5. Okay, and then view 0. What? Oh, because it's this. This is the eye, this is the center, and this is up. The coordinate system in Vulkan was different, no? I'll just translate it up. Translate So here it should be the UVO model. And we can just do this. In, out, oh. It's because I'm not using GLMS. And yeah, 1. What does that do? That moves it up, okay. You're using directional light and you're not. Yeah. It looks a bit darker. Minus Y is up. If you remove light, will it be darker? I removed light. And if I edit, is that Windows? Yes. And it shouldn't be darker or lighter since this is just the colors that it reflects, right? Well, if you remove gamma, maybe it's the 0.2 that we were adding. Yeah. Gamma correction kind of depends on the monitor? Why was it 0.2 on the other one? Or maybe it should be 0.2. Maybe it should look like this. No? I think that's it. Okay, I'll keep it like this. So there we go. What happens if I do this? It's like it does not have projection afterwards. Well, anyways, how am I doing it on my engine? I should do something like this. Camera process movement. I guess it's on the camera. Process keyboard, process movement. It changes the yaw and pitch. And it updates. Which is front. Oh, I have to do this. It's a bit harder than I thought, that's why. Okay. I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. and we'll be back. Okay, I'm back. So, before anything, I will add shader objects, which shouldn't be too hard, I think. I mean, I have to replace So if I add shader objects, I don't have a pipeline anymore. Which should make it easier. I'm not even sure. I have to push the shaders, well, I have to bind them, and then I have to push the descriptors on every... Shouldn't be too hard. I think you still need one. Pipeline? No, you don't use pipelines at all, as far as I know. Well, anyways, let's see. So, shader objects. "24-hour stream, hell yeah." I'm hoping not. I'm hoping it's gonna take 2 hours more and then I'll be done. Okay, so this one is 477 lines. Are they using dynamic rendering? I guess they are. Prepare frame, command buffer count, prepare frame. Oh. Update uniform buffers, prepare uniform buffers. Create buffer. Command buffer begin info and rendering. Okay, so yeah, I think it is. It is already 5 hours of stream. Damn. Yeah, Vulkan just takes longer in every single aspect. Okay, so they have their image memory barrier. Then, what is this one? The depth one? Yeah. Look, here we had what we were missing. I could have checked this. Oh well. Then you have the different attachments. Depth sensor, rendering info. And then it begins rendering. It sets the viewport, sets the scissors, which we are as well. Yes. And then it sets viewport with count, scissors with count. No more pipeline requires, everything is bound at command buffer level. This also means we need explicitly set a lot of state to be spec compliant. So all of this, sample mask, color blending, and I think that's the same. Never mind. Yeah, we do this too as well in here. Then bind descriptor sets as well, which come from pipeline layout. Draw command buffer, then binding the shaders, and finally draw scene. Currently disabled, the UI needs to be adapted to work with shader objects. So you set like you would normally, but with calls to bk command, not with pipeline creation. Yep. It seems it's just that. So I don't ever have to bind the pipeline, basically. By the way, what happens if I bind the pipeline inside of here? It should be the same thing, right? Like we were saying before. Shouldn't affect anything. Okay, good. So we have to comment this out. Okay, first of all, dynamic rendering. $129 insertions, 133 deletions. I guess this is because of the I'm not sure. Well, we deleted 4 lines of code. Nice. Yeah. That was worth it. But they will be more later, I think, saved. Yeah. It should be. And then here's where it does all of this. It sets the scissors, that, and then we set all of this. And this is draw command buffers. We don't have many, we just have one command buffer. So good. I mean, it's all of this. Sample mask. This is better in my opinion. I mean, it looks pretty clean. Well, everything looks better, honestly. It's a lot of state to bind, but it's just once per frame, right? Because sub passes or multiple render passes are super state taking normally, yeah. Okay, so all of this. Command buffer, and I should probably just to make it a bit shorter, and this is this. We need to calculate the vertex binding that we were doing before. Why do we need a vector for this? Right? I feel it's a bit useless. and this is vertex. We don't have normals, we have color and then text chord. Is that it? Pause color text chord, pause color text chord. So this would be RGB, RGBA, wait, what? So this is 3, 3, and this should be our this. Okay, that's good too. Then we give it the pointer to this, array size, and then vertex attributes. This should be U32 now. Yeah, 32. U32. Render the pipeline layout and then render the descriptor set. Okay, that's not it. Descriptor set. Okay, that's it. And what is this? Stride is the size of vertex. Divisor is 1. Okay, I guess, yeah. Color blend equation. Where does he set that? Color blend equation. Okay, I guess it doesn't set it. Look into this. I don't know for how it is, for example, in comparison to pipeline cache. I don't either. But if what the fuck is divisor? I'm not sure. So vertex get descriptors. These are the attribute descriptors, and then it sets the descriptor count. What was it? Divisor. It just has this one. I'm not sure what it is. And binding is 0. Vertex get where's the binding? Ah, here. Binding is 0, yeah. Could we just do this? This is pnext location binding format offset. Okay, I will do this. So I will just create a temporary function that is called the same thing, dot static. For now, we'll keep it like this, and this takes extension, this. Yeah. Then this is this. And I'm guessing he just does this is equal to that, and that would be this, right? Okay. Now, I don't know why does it need this as the first. Is that location? Oh. Right, my bad. Not this. This. Okay, why does not? Right. So S type is that. Attribute descriptors S type is this. But I need the first one. Together. I need to set this for each of them. Yeah, so we have that. Then the second value is null, which is pnext. I'm not gonna set it because it's null by default. Then it says the binding or the location. Location and then binding. So binding stays 0, location is set. I should probably do location and then binding, so it gets a bit clearer. No, it's not. Then BK format is the same, and then offset, pause, color, text word. Yeah. So instead of doing that ourselves, we can just do this is equal to 0 and then vertex attributes. There we go. For now, I will keep it like that. And then this vertex attributes, it uses them on here. And then the descriptor sets are this. So descriptor sets doesn't change. I'll actually just keep it. This shouldn't change either. What is this? Oh, the vertex buffers. Line buffers. Okay. Well, if it's actually just this, then it's actually just great. I feel like something has to fail. Of course, I didn't enable the extension. So, and I have to create all the functions. Oh wait, so I need to do all of that and then I need to bind the shader. Where do I do that? So that's the entire pipeline creation, and then right before this, BK shader stage bit and BK shader fragment bit. I set it to 2 stages and I give it the shaders. And those 2 shaders, how are they compiled? Create shader objects. What does it do? If binaries weren't present or we couldn't load them, we load from SPIR-B. Yeah, that's what we should be doing from default now. And then it does data size, same thing, and just stores. Okay, I mean, it doesn't look that hard. Like, you do all of this and then you already have everything, pretty much. It's a lot more state on the record command buffer, but it's so much easier. Okay, extensions. What was it? Logical device. Is it this? I think it is. Yeah. So to enable them, shader objects Vulkan. Add device extension. Requested object. What? What is this? Whatever. Enable device extensions. Init Vulkan. So we have this. I'll actually just add them all at the top here. And this would be shader object. Shader object extension. Bless me. So they do this. Then bkx shader object all baked pipeline state is set dynamically at the buffer creation, so we need to enable additional extensions. Right. So since we're not requiring Vulkan 1.2, we need to enable some additional extensions for dynamic rendering. Extension name, multi-view extension, create render pass 2, and all of that. But we don't need this. Extended dynamic state extension. Okay. What is this? The name dynamic state extension name. But we don't need this, no? Because this is KHR dynamic rendering and this is extended dynamic state. Oh my god. Extended dynamic extension. I'll add it right after that, and then this shader object, and this is vertex input dynamic state extension. Okay. This is the same thing as this extended shader dynamic state looks better. Vertex or dynamic vertex extension. Do you have this? Oh, you have, yeah. It's this. Okay, so after doing that, I'm guessing this ones I don't have to do them since I'm on Vulkan 1.3. Then enabled shader object features .s type. Where's that? Okay, and then this is used on here. Enabled object features. What type is this? So this is structure type physical device shader object features extension, and this is dynamic rendering features extensions. I don't need this anyways, right? Since I'm not using dynamic rendering as an extension, I'm using it as a feature. And what he did was they enabled dynamic rendering as an extension and put the next on that. I don't know. Well, you remember we had to remove the .exe, the ext name thing at the end of rendering. What was it? Begin rendering. Okay, sure, yeah. Are shader objects even worth it if you're not stuck with old model or shader permutation? I mean, they remove a lot of complexity, mainly for creating multiple pipelines. That's the only reason I want it. Because creating new pipelines is very verbose. And if I want to use different shaders, for example, for a light, and then like the reflection of the light or whatever, then it's a lot of work. Meanwhile, in this case, I could just bind the shader, the descriptors, if it has any, and I can keep the previous state. That's not how it works. That's how it works, though. Yeah, I know, but I meant for seeing where the object is at. You know, like this. No, I don't mean deferred rendering. Since you don't want to add shading to this, of course, then I would have to create another pipeline. Yes, I could add like an uniform that says, hey, do lighting or don't do lighting, but what for? Also, one pipeline for multiple shaders? No pipeline at all. All the pipeline state that you would be setting, you would be doing it here, and you do it once. Instead of binding the pipeline yourself, you just do it here. And you can abstract this, right? If you have already set the state and it changes a little bit on another side, then you can just change the stuff that has not been set or whatever. Yeah, you can do that with if statements, but you have to be careful. Which part? The setting a boolean, and if you want, do the shading on one side and not on the other side, or binding different shaders, because you don't have to be careful. I mean, it's just binding them, no? And you can reuse the state of the pipeline, like the rasterization and whatever. ARC modern GPU branching can introduce about 1 to do percent performance loss. What is IIRC? Immediate rendering? Something? If I recall correctly. I mean, I can pay the price for that. And anyways, but you can change code inside shader, yeah, but like the thing is, the more shaders you want to have for whatever case, maybe for cube maps or whatever, or you can reuse just one shader, right, and have like 100 parameters, but that's not what I want. Based on something like UBO, or, yeah. I meant branching in shader code. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what optimizations would it make. It's a bit weird. Okay. Well, I need to load all the functions. So if I'll just do this one for now. How do people load it? In this case, they just do this. With bk extension shader object pipeline state must be set at command buffer creation using these functions. Let me think. So they do this. Right. So why would I do this, right? Because I already have this. I just don't have the... I'm not loading the function. It also depends if it's uniform branch or not, since GPUs execute things in groups of 32 or 64 depending on the vendor. Right. Oh, they do it like this. So of course I can't do this. This I need to do it like that. And this debug utils here. How can I load this? I'm still a bit confused with that. So you load it like this, and then you create like a wrapper. Yeah. Then you have to set device proc address And this should be func, my bad. And this function takes in command buffer, UN32 viewport. All right. And I'm returning void, so I don't really need it. This because this returns void, no? Yeah. If func doesn't equal null, well, I can just do return bk success. Would it make sense though? Not really. I could just be void. And we can just assert that it doesn't equal null. Create bk or just this failed. To get proc address. I think that's it. Or you cannot cast it at all if it returns void since you're in seam. Well, I was thinking of returning this, but I figured what it's the point if I can just assert it. Same with here, right? Because create this. This just to set up the create debug utils messenger extension. I don't know, I'll just keep it like that. I meant the bk get device proc address. What about this? Like you say I don't have to recast it? I mean, I'm doing the same thing here. I can make a function create extension functions. Oh, this is static. I'll just add it on utility. Nah, initialization. Should be like one of the first ones. No. And it instance. So like that. And then I can just call this. No, I'm doing it wrong. Like I don't need to I don't need to create the extensions. I just have to use this as if it were the extension. Right? So before we had bk command set viewport whatever. I just have to set it like this now. And I should have one less reference error. Yeah. What was this? Extension functions. Oh, I guess it doesn't return void pointer, or C prohibits explicit casting to function. Okay, well, anyways, static this. I'll just tell it to do the rest of the functions because I don't want to do them all manually. Do all of these reference undefined next one. Oops. By the way, why am I getting that? Whatever. And do we handle the same way? Okay. What? Generate all the missing extension functions like this. Do it manually. Don't use JavaScript. Scripting language. Because it tries to grab this and then it starts doing some weird shit with JavaScript. Please no. I'll continue examining. Yep. Thank you. Okay. And then on record command buffer, we just yoink, and then wait, why did I set it create? Which ones am I missing? Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's like that, but then without the extension, no? Yeah. ext, nothing. Here we go. So first of all, let me try it. I have two that are not being set. create ext, and then create what? This. Create. What else am I missing? Missing one. Set sample mask. Set sample mask. Here. I need to remove the create suffix. Okay. This is what I wanted. So it's probably gonna tell me that I'm missing the shaders now. But the dynamic rendering feature was not enabled. Oh, well, I guess I have to enable it. Get diff main.vulkan.c. What? I'm not in SRC. So it's this. I need to, what? I need to set this. And he did it like what? Set up descriptors, no. Dynamic rendering is true, and then p next. That p next is enabled this and that. Right, and then finally we set this. I think that's it. Okay. Thank you for all the errors. Set up BK dynamic cool mode, this, but since, wait, what? BK pipeline. If a pipeline is bound to the pipeline bind point used by this command, there must not have been any calls to dynamic state setting commands for any state specified statically in the pipeline object. Bound to the pipeline bind point by this command. Since the pipeline was bound, okay, so where am I binding it? Record command buffer. I already commented that out. No, oh, I didn't. My bad. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. Next thing I should do is here I can grab all of this and then I just remove the create. Now I'll have the errors here and I can do the same thing. No? Good. Okay, we're making progress. So color attachment image view was created with this, but the last call to bk command set rasterization was set to bk sample count 1 bit. And this is on here. We just set it to render .msaa samples. Next. There's no graphics pipeline bound and was not called with shader. Okay, so that's normal. That's what I expected. There's no pipeline bound and it's not okay. And that's it. Damn, that's really easy then. You should work on Godot development? What do you mean? Like the developing the engine or what? Because if so, I'm definitely not ready. So I'm looking if I'm missing something. I don't think I am. I'm still not sure why he does this. Does he create? No, he doesn't change the name, so I don't know why it's the extension thing and it doesn't add any errors. I think it's just not imported in Vulkan. Godot uses Vulkan. I think it started supporting DirectX not long ago. Oh, really? Why am I getting that I'm offline on Twitch? So weird. No, Twitch works fine. It also tells me I have 0 concurrent viewers. What? It also destroys shader extension. Okay, whatever. So it does all of this. Then it set that as the next chain. This is how we break Vulkan. This load assets, it does the setup of descriptors. How are we doing it right now? This descriptors. Oh, by the way, we are doing this twice. Create descriptor sets. This is the descriptor pool. Max frames in flight, and then it creates each of the descriptor sets. And this is destination binding 1. The weird thing is it asks for pipe layout. Right, I guess I can't remove pipeline yet because I'm using those descriptors. But it should be fixed with push descriptors. Yeah, pipeline layout descriptor set. Well, I'll keep that for now. And I need to add this. So record command buffer. I feel like I should bind the shaders when I'm binding the buffers. Yeah, like right before. And I need to do this again. So command buffer 2 and the shaders, which I'll have in my render. Do I have any? I have shader. No, I don't. I don't have anything. Shader. Okay. So when I create the shaders, I'll put them there. It does the stages. It sets this to 2. How about we do array size stages and make this U32 so it's dynamic in case we add geometry shaders. And then renderer shaders. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just need to do this. Wait. Yeah, and here, I guess, right after any of this one, we need that, and I need PNF underscore, oh, BFN, like that. And of course I need to do this here. Then this would be command bind shaders, command bind shaders, and it takes in what? This. Command buffer, stage count, stages, and shaders. Geometry shaders are wonky and considered bad practice by both vendors nowadays. Right. So then I guess it's staying as 2. Okay. Tessellation are still not deprecated, I think. So shader. Create shader module. Where do I have my, okay, here. I do it on create graphics pipeline. Since I still need the graphics pipeline, I will create something like create shader objects. And grab the source. What do we need? So it sets shaders, which is shader extension 2. Shaders, render.shaders. I'll set it before this. We can set this to 2 then, and we don't need that. We don't need that. It's hard set. World of graphics is full of interesting stuff, yeah, definitely. So create shader objects. It's whatever it's this. So shader code sizes and shader codes. Shader create infos. Okay. BK shader object, we can generate an implementation dependent binary file that's faster to load. So check it if the binary files exist and if we can load it instead of spurv. So let's not do that. Let's not do this either. Yeah. Oh, I need this. Render.device. No. Render.shaders. Store the binary shaders so we can try to load them on the next start. Wait, this is if binary? Create shaders, extension. And after that, we don't need any of this, right? Yeah. Get shader binary data. What? Shader codes, shader size, yes. So how is this different from create shader module? Code size is code length. Yeah. So birth shader code source pointer. Yeah. And then source length. This is U32. No, this is size team. Okay. And then the same thing for this. And then I need the descriptor set layout, so that. So I need to create this after descriptor set layout. Okay, so we have that. BK check. Render.device. Shader 0. And what was that? Oh, so the actual shader already. The compiled one. Data size. What? What is this, by the way? Why do I need to do this? New char. So I'm not sure what this binary data extension is for. Is it for debugging? It feels like so. Well, I don't really care about it. Right? And finally, I need this. Shader object. Shader. Don't I have it already? record command buffer. Oh, this was for binding, no? Yeah. Command bind shaders. I need something similar. And this takes in all of this. Right, and this one does return, but we're not returning BK results, so we should probably. Right. Now, this should be after descriptor set layout, so where's that descriptor set layout? Void create shader objects. I should probably add it on there. Where is it? Okay. Right, and I'm doing this right before create shaders. I feel like I should be doing this entire thing on another file anyways. Extension functions. Okay, very good. Pico does not point to SpearB module. The first D word is not SpearB magic number. So we need to give it SpearB module. That's the problem. Create shader objects. That's the code. And when it loads shader, what does it do? So it gets the shader path, code sizes, shader, wait, load shader. Loads binary shader file. And it creates it like this. else it creates it like this. Do I have to compile my shader differently? I guess. Because I'm just compiling it normally like this, right? So how do I tell? Oh. Targets per v5. Could that be it? I mean, this error is so weird. So this is happening on bk create shaders extension. So this one. And it basically says doesn't produce peer b5 module. If code is bk code types per v extension pcode declare the shader capability of spur v. So that is if bk shader code types per v extension here. And what code types do you have? Binary, spur v, and max enum. And what are they using? Oops. Yeah, they're using that. How do you compile your shaders? I'll just search for the error. I'm sure someone had it. You're using Vulkan, not OpenGL. It is not what? (1.x). Okay, so I guess I have to set it to 1.3. That's it. Target spur v point. Okay. Oh, I got rid of my chat. Okay. So this would be on here and at the end, I guess. 1.5. No. GLS. Can I access this? Oops. Yeah. This is it. Target environment. I guess. and I'm doing Vulkan 1.3. At least I hope it's that. Nope. Maybe try adding this too. Yeah, that's the one that we added. And let's add both then. First of all, hope. So you have that, and then targets per V. Oh, look at that. Is equal to, and then 1.6. Okay, still no. Am I creating them? I guess I am. I mean, spear beam, delete those two, compile. Yeah, I am. Maybe change it to 1.5. The thing is, it should be this. It should be 1.6. Because I'm using Vulkan 1.3. Module. The default is the highest version of Spear V required to be supported for the target environment. For example, default Vulkan 1.0 is this, so it should be already set in it, right? And it doesn't show any error when I compile it. But it expects Spear V 1.5 there independent, I think. You think? But it said 1.6? Well, I mean, let's see. Nope. Where's the error? 08738. 738. If code type is code must declare the shader capability for Spear V code. What? And then for this one, it's given me another error. If BK shader code type Spear V extension, P code must adhere to the validation rules described by whatever. Okay, so it's the same error pretty much. Maybe, I mean, I don't think so. Let's see. So shader source, how am I doing it? Shader code, I give it source. Code data. Oh. I think I know what the error is. Oops. I mean, it's asking for a void pointer, but you could ask for a char pointer, so you get the error, you know? Okay, now it's a different error. I think now it's because it's 1.5 now. And it was supposed to be 1.6. Okay. Is it a different error? Is it a different address? Yeah. Why? Wait, let me try again. Okay, it looks like it's giving it garbage data. This 1.6. Okay, what happens? Code should take this and source should be that. Fragment shader code has source and the arena. Then do we free anything? Okay, let's code spare the code and yeah, birth shader code 0 data source. So it's a char pointer. Okay, let's see. Processed shader built birth triangles per V. Thank God we have this validation layers. I don't know how you would debug this on OpenGL. I think this is fine. The problem is I'm doing something weird. So here I give it shader source, and then in shader source I grab the length and I translate this into, oh, look at that. U32. That's for the size? No, that's for the code, yeah. That's so weird. Okay. Now it should give the same error every time. No, it's not. Okay, I feel like we're getting closer though. Is it because I'm giving the pointer? Yeah. Okay. We got it. You can try writing to file. I mean, we have it. It's because I was given the pointer, but you don't have to. That's why I was given a different error each time. Also, the length didn't match the size, anyways. Okay. Why doesn't it take a char? I mean, I guess it's done differently on the GPU and that's why, but still. You were casting pointer to code? I was given it a pointer, so it was different each time because I was reading the first value of the pointer, and then pcode takes void for some reason, but it should be U32. Anyways, after all of that, it works, but it's not rendering, so it must be because of something. I need to delete the shader extensions, but that's normal. I remember in some language I need to cast U8 to U32 because it was reading files with U8 array. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's because something on the GPU, I'm not sure. Okay, so we have all of that. And I'm missing something. It could be color blending, maybe? By the way, spur B code, we can just remove that. So we're doing shader objects right after shader set layout. So when we set the layout here, yeah, we have that set up. So that's good. Record command buffer. I'm not sure why it's not giving me any errors. Oh, I'm not binding the texture. Is that it? Like what happens if I do wait 7 back 3 color is equal to back 3 10f. What happens if I do that? No. Well, at least it's setting the clear value correctly. Like here it should be more red. Okay, that's good. We don't have to bind the pipeline. Are we binding the pipeline anywhere else? No. Okay, good. We set the viewport, we set the scissors. Viewport is viewport, scissors is scissors. Call mode, back bit. Call mode none. Let's try this. And then BK front face counterclockwise, that's true. Depth test. Depth test. Enable is BK true. This is probably true too. Depth compare operator. Okay, I mean, that's enough. Okay. Pipeline. So it's between here. Compare OP less. Record. Record OP less or equal. Yeah. Primitive topology. Do we set that? I think we don't. Rasterization is that. Set alpha coverage enable. Depth bias enable. Well, I mean, I'll leave all of this. Okay, I need the polygon mode. Is this true? Maybe? Okay. Well, I'm definitely missing something small here. I'm doing this one. Set vertex input. Vertex attributes. Vertex input binding is this. This divisor thing is weird. Index type U32. Yeah, U32, and then bind graphics. I'm not sure. I'm not getting any error. That's so weird. Could it be because of the mask? Wait, this one. Color blend equation. How do we bind the color blend equation, vk command color set color blend equation. That's it. And are we enabling color blend? Right, color blend enable is false. So we don't need it. Try putting it through render doc maybe? Let's see. I mean, I don't think it's gonna do anything, no? Oh god. No. Executable path is on main. Working directory is this. Command line arguments, nothing. And save settings. No, just load. What? I guess just launch. What? Yeah, I guess I did an F12, but I have it enabled so it captures at least one frame now. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, then F12. There we go. I can exit that out. So let's see. It does all of that and shows the swap chain image. Is it because I'm not? Where's your timeline? Reset your window maybe? I don't know how to use texture doc very well. Look at the draw index inside color pass. Draw indexed. So it does all the calls. It does bind my shaders. And does it, okay, yeah, it is binding it. Pipeline layout, no resource. Is this it? Is it because I'm not setting any descriptor sets? So it's grabbing the image. I think it's, the problem is I'm binding before setting vertex. Window layout reset. Okay. Save layout, load layout. Load layout. Default layout. What for? Well, now it's not showing it, but it could be something to do with the order, because here before drawing it binds the shader extension, so it could be that. No. Where's my timeline? I'll check it in a second, wait. Yeah, it looks normal. Bind descriptor sets, and that is before bind buffers. So let's do that, I guess. It could have to do, it could have something to do with the descriptor sets, I guess. Okay. Save this capture, no. F12. Escape. This color indexed. Is this the timeline? Look at the window at the top and check if there is something like timeline in menu. But this isn't timeline. Texture viewer. Timeline. There you go. I should make this smaller. Right, so here it has no vertex shader because it's not bound, and here it does. Look at mesh view on the drop index code. If there's garbage in BS in view, then it's garbage. If it's there, then shader is wrong somehow. Mesh viewer here. Could it be in the start? Yeah. So it's spitting the same thing, no? Never mind. Oh yeah. So it's binding the shader well. It's maybe I have to set the descriptor sets. There must be something wrong with the descriptor sets. Check left. No geometry and no tessellation shader bound, that's normal, I guess. BS out. You didn't bind vertex buffer. There's no data for it seemingly. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? It's getting the index and like indices length, it should be. How long is this? Let's see. Yeah, that's 36. So it's not binding the vertex shader. Binding 0, location 0, and the binding should be 0. Bind index buffer. Am I missing bind? I'm setting the shader input. Wait, bind. Wait. Draw. I think this is it. Vertex input, vertex attributes, set vertex input extension, bind shaders. Maybe it's doing it in scene draw, that's the problem. Oh, well, I don't have that. But I guess okay, prepare frame, command buffer count 1, draw command buffers. Or is this one there good? I think the descriptors are alright because I copied and pasted. It's something to do with this, no? No, I don't think so, because that's qsubmit. Is this? Vertex attributes data. No, never mind. Yeah. Those are the attributes. Well, I think I'm missing something like bind vertex buffers, maybe? Command buffer. And what does it take? First binding. Check pipeline state again at the vertex stage. Does it properly recognize the BAO? You might have not updated the set correctly or something. You know, the thing is, okay, let me see. I had seen it before. That's the UVO. No, whatever. I think I just have to bind them. How does this work? Could be here. Bind the vertex buffer. So you do command buffer 0, 1, vertex buffers and offsets. So I just have one vertex buffer. Is that it? There we go. Finally. Okay, yeah. I was not binding any vertex buffer. That was the problem. Okay, you said I hope it takes 2 hours. How long did it take? 5, 6, 7. Yeah, well, 2 hours. We did it. Now I have to take this away, do that, and we're good. Two plus 2, 7, yes. So what will we be doing for the next hours of this 24-hour stream? I don't know. I don't want to ruin your dreams, but I think there's not gonna be a 24-hour stream. Weirdly enough, Sasha's code does not use bind vertex buffer. Yeah, I mean, I think it's because they do it on the scene they're drawing, and the BAOs change depending on that. But I don't know, and I don't know where a scene thing is. But we got it. So I'm almost able to remove the pipeline. Except if I do at the moment, yeah, the layout is set to BK null handle. Okay, wait, what happens if I he has that set layout binding. Wait, that's you, yeah. Remove pipeline, keep pipeline layout. How can I do that? Line layout. Yeah. So pipeline layout needs nothing. What is the depth stencil for? Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that, magic. We need to do this on shader objects. So we destroy the arenas, but I'm not sure about this. Do we need to? No, we actually don't need to free them. We just need to free the extension at the end of the program. Yeah. Pipeline layout. So we can remove this, and we can actually even remove this. Yeah, we don't need you. We don't need. Oh, I wasn't even defining it. So we don't need you either. And where can I destroy this? I guess before descriptor whatever. So this should be. Hello, thanks for the follow, Yaonek. Hello man, hello. So descriptor set layout this. If render.shaders 0 does not equal no, yeah, then I can bk destroy. And how are you doing it, Sasha? Destroy. I guess I'm gonna need that as well. Render device, this, null. It's not gonna compile. Okay. How do we do this? We can clean up. Where is it? What is this? Oh. Clean up swap chain. Yeah, we can do it at the end of this. So void clean up shaders. What nerd font is that? This is, you might not believe it, but this is Comic Sans, so Comic Mono. Okay, and we need to define this. So at the end of all of this. And this should be destroy shader bk. Destroy shader. Yeah. And this takes in this. Good. bk destroy shader x. I feel like I should add bk at the start of all of the command ones. It does indeed use bk command by vertex buffers that somehow escaped my search. Yeah, I mean, I think it's on somewhere in the scene draw, but yeah, I'm not sure. It looks cool, not gonna lie. What distro you're running? This is the Windows distro, Windows 11, and a lot of people don't know this, but yeah, it's all Comic Sans. I mean, of course it's mono, and that's what makes it look better. But yeah, it helps with my dyslexia. That's why I use it. Another bro confused. I mean, I can understand it, except for this Windows thing. I mean, you kind of notice if you have used Windows then. Well, clean up shaders is there, and we do this one here. I can technically do... Can I? Yeah. Oh, never mind. Well, I'll just keep it like that. Whatever. Good. Pipeline. So we shouldn't have this anymore, right? Yeah. Graphics pipeline. Pipeline. The graphics queue and whatever stays the same. I remember using Intel 1 Mono because it was one of the only fonts that was kinda more legible with classes I had before, or it was just placebo. Now I can just use consoles since my class is correct for that thing that makes you see the lights differently. I also have it, but I can see well from close up. So I think I have I don't know the name on English. It's called myopia in Spanish. Like long distance issue, yeah. I can't see shit from far away, but then if I get close, or like I'm close to whatever, then I can see like extremely good. Because my eye is like I forgot the word. Lupa. Magnifying glass. So I can see well from up close, bad from far away. Me too. Cool. So we're cool and myopia is a medical term, I'm pretty sure. Okay, then same thing. Thank you. Wait, you're from Spain? No, I'm from Argentina. Font became so much larger. Yeah, there's a high amount of population that does not use glasses because they don't know better. So the last thing I should do is this. That, and I should set all of this to BK because I don't like the naming. Yeah. So command How can I tell it that there needs to be oh, I'm done. Yeah, that. Okay, why does this not work? Can't do static? What? Why was I not getting that error before? Am I repeating? Vertex input. Static declaration of BK command set viewport with count follows non-static declaration. Is it because I'm not using it here? Oh. Right. It's because there's already one like that isn't an extension. Is that it? Wait, so then I could just do BK on all of these. BK on all of these. Same on these, same on these, same on this. And the ones that I already have, I can just remove them, since they're not extensions. Is that it? This. I need to save this. What? Let me save this, save this, save this, and save this. There could be some weird error from the build system. Yeah, that's it. Okay, good. Well, that removes a lot of boilerplate. Func is equal. Let's see if any of them return results. The ones that do, I'll just return the result. Now it seems like it's just... Oh, I'm done. Wait, am I? No, I'm not. Yeah, none of them have return values apart from create shader, which has BK result, and then none of these have, mainly because they are for command buffers, I guess. So you would check the error at the end. Okay. And same function. Well, I mean, there were some functions that are already defined in Vulkan 1.3. That's why. So once we create the buffer object, how do we update it? Is it this? No. Where's this thing updated? Rotate this update uniform buffer. Where it's called? Oh, it's called right before record command buffer. Okay. So I'm missing BK descriptor, push descriptors, Vulkan. provided by BK version 1.4. An application can record descriptor updates into the command buffer. To push descriptor updates into command buffer, call this, or the equivalent command. This is the one we were gonna need. But it still needs a pipeline layout, right? Descriptor set on record command buffer. Yeah. Bind descriptor sets. We can push it and then bind it. By the way, what got me confused is that top bar looked like Linux. Where did you get it from? Yeah, that's normal. I mean, people ask me because of that. It's a window manager in C. In C, what am I saying? In Windows. It's this one. So I'm wondering if this is necessary. Push descriptor set. We create our descriptor sets which contain this and this. Uniform buffers. Yeah, it could be useful. Anyways, we still need the pipeline layout. Descriptor set layout, then shader objects. Oh, but if we create the shader objects, we anyways need the set layout. So I'm not sure how we can do that. I mean, you create your shaders beforehand anyways, right? So we can't do that. I can just create all my descriptor sets before for all the shaders. Then this is the same. Load model is this. And create vertex buffer, index buffer. Is that? I feel like this could be on render because we don't do anything fancy here, right? We don't use anything from Vulkan. Well, I still need to render models. And meshes. I guess I could create a new one. Model C, model H. Or do I? I don't know. I don't want. I don't want to create it. Let's do it on here. Anyways, it's called renderer, you know. You can have char pointer path. And we can do if path is null, then we render this. Else we render the other one. Yeah. So we can remove this from here. Load model is not used here at all. Because why would it? We do that. We have our vertices and indices here. Yet we still have them available here, so I guess it's fine. Too many errors, and here we remove that. And right before this we can load model null for now. And in load model, I guess we can do all the texture creation. Not sure. Where does it fail? So we need this on here. It doesn't tell me where it's failing, by the way. Holy C is weird. I didn't initialize some struct variables and it filled those fields with values from my other struct and caused address boundary error. Yeah, always C or initialize. Oh, it doesn't... Yeah. Well, anyways. We don't find indices, then get object data, we can move it here. Find or add vertex, we can add it here. Yeah. Find or add vertex here. This one as well. And this one as well. And now we are just missing the vertices. Yeah. Vertex equal get obj data. Okay. And for the vertices, where could I put them? I guess on render. Or it doesn't make sense that they are here, right? It would make more sense that they are on render. Yeah. We can do this, and then we extern both of those. Extern. I guess we have two global values. And I'll do it at model functions. Remove cleaning from frame buffers. And render pass. Okay, and then here we can just remove those vertices, and here in Vulkan, what do we need render for? Oh, well, it should have everything by default. Render H, let's see. Create buffer. You've been coding for 7 hours straight, yeah, pretty much. I mostly stream for 3 hours, but since this is not that intensive, like it's finding the error and then thinking about the error and refactoring, it's not that much. So I'm not that tired, but then when I have to deal with actually learning, that's when it gets more tiring. But I'll finish this and I'll go take a shower and eat. I only thought garbage collected or scripting language had one. Like in Odin, I used it, but didn't know it was from LLVM. Were you talking about address initialization? Oh yeah. ASIN is really useful. And if you're in Windows, you can use Doctor memory, I think it was. MSCC also has real-time checks that only work with Visual Studio IRC. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people just using Visual Studio because of that. Like they code and then they look at it from there. But the reality is, unless you're doing a lot of weird stuff, I haven't found ASIN necessary. Like even if you're doing HTTP servers, usually if you're just doing arenas or whatever, you don't run into memory corruption. Until you do, and then you don't want to live. I'm not sure where I'm getting this error. I do null, so it should load this and then return. And if I do shaders, wait no, resources, Vulkan, biking something, biking room, making room.obj. Yeah, so that's not where the error is coming from. It's coming from what? 1480? 1418. 18. Here. I guess it's because... What? I don't have anything related to vertices, right? So log info, vertices length, the vertices length. Oops, what? If path is null, it should be pushing here, no? Vertices length. Oh. It's because init renderer is executed before and that already sets up everything. Right. My bad. I feel like init renderer, init Vulkan should do only some stuff. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's good. Okay. Well, that's it. I'm done for today. Tomorrow we can actually work on colors. But now we're done. Okay, well, thanks everyone for being on the stream for so long, especially Toza that was on the stream for 7 hours pretty much. Got the progress today, yeah. Indeed. I'm gonna shower, I'm gonna eat, I'm gonna rest, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Alright. Good night, Toza, and bye, Mr. Stick 2.